Again, welcome. Hey, Tree Boy, how are you doing this week? Let me just remove that for now. I was doing a bit of PvE while we were waiting for it. For the most part, tons of stuff, interesting stuff here this week. I missed the sequencing on that. Okay. Well, going to go off next turn then. And well time no sting. Thank you so much, sir. Appreciate it every time. Thanks. Alright, so we're going to have lots of fun this week. Just wanted to start a stream by doing a few games with this list here on PvE because I really enjoy it. And yeah, I might not do a ton because we do have a metric ton of spoilers season, spoilers to review. There were the amount of spoiler that we got last week was a bit frightening, to be honest. Was hoping that we'd get a big news this Friday, but I guess they're keeping like Mondays and Wednesdays for big news now. It feels like this is the new trend. Okay, so Crowd War and Wrath of Zakir and Shrine and Shrewd Manipulation. We don't need two. Okay, so Marauder is free. We can do Crowd War on top of Marauder next turn, and Marauder can hit Crowd War as well and from the crypt. So we're in a good spot to maybe win this turn. Okay. Where does this start? I think this starts by Crowd War. Blessing, that works fine. Heat Wave. Are we targeting us? We've got Wrath of Zakir, a few Crowd Roars. I don't think we need more in the crypt, so we're just trying to get as many troops in their crypt as possible. Let's see. Oh, Purging Flame or Blessing. I think if we don't win this turn, Purging Flame will make us win next turn. Do we become Zakir this turn? Oh, we got Purging Flame. I think I'm just going with Purging Flame. I got one in hand though. And Wrath of Zakir first is going to be better. We lose the Marauder, but we're dealing with a board. We get a dragon and we become Zakir. Not too bad. And it's going to be win next turn. Monday, Wednesday tends to be bigger news days and Friday become conclusion day. Yeah, I think this is the... I liked it when we had the big news on the Friday, but I do understand that it's better to get the big news on a Monday. Wrapping things up on a Friday seems like... well, when we have so many spoilers and things going on during the week, I guess it makes sense just to wrap things up on Fridays, to be honest, because if not, it becomes overwhelming. Zakir is still bugged, but the bug really, well, at least for this list, the bug doesn't really matter much, because the one thing I want is just wiping the board and getting a dragon. Usually that's enough, and you win on the next turn, so it's not too bad for this list, but yeah, it's still bugged. Wow, okay, we got enablers, we've got everything we need. We even got a Divine Altar on turn 2 and a Change Course on turn 1. We should be okay. This is one of the hardest fight with this list, because 8 damage every turn when you start on a draw is very scary. Okay, so creating blessings. We're going to change course. Yes, it's not that bad. It could have been better. Normally I would Shrewd Manipulation on the second turn, but we don't have anything to discard that matters. We're down to 6 though. Now that's a bit scary. We might need to run Shrewd Manipulation. Any more blessings? We're going to double on the blessing here and hope to draw another one. We should have enough health to survive another turn. So flooding a bit. Okay. So next turn. Oh, it's going to be tight. It's going to be super tight. Okay. Can we live another turn? Board wipe. Or not a board wipe. Because if I... Blessing of the Immortal, I'm going to get twice the effect. I think this is the... I don't really have a choice there. Going to put more blessings in the deck and try to get Blessing of the Immortal and make something happen with double Blessing of the Immortal. This starts with change course, or do we quadruple the blessings and live another turn and draw a bunch of cards? I guess this is what we're doing. We're going to gain a decent amount of health here. And we're drawing more blessings. And each time we play a blessing, the blessing's going up a space in the deck. So now we're back at 29. And we're going to draw more. Okay, so that worked. Just to make us able to survive. The blessings are actions. They're doubling on the chain so that the Slithering Marauder will now be free. And yeah, okay, that worked. That worked pretty well. Playing all the blessings. Okay, so we were at 5 health at the start of the turn, and now we're at 61. We have something in the crypt though that we want to copy with, that we want to play with Marauder. I feel like we keep Marauder for next turn, and then we're going to do lots of stuff next turn. Oh, we can already put this into the crypt. Chronic Madness we don't want to put in the crypt. Heat Wave, change course. I'm guessing that we won't need change course much at this point. So I like to keep the Heat Wave in hand just in case things go wrong for any reason. And rest should be okay. Hey Tiger, how are you doing today? Welcome back to the stream. What is it supposed to do? Currently nothing. 3 bites. Well, it doesn't do nothing though. If you have the Wrath of Zakir, it deals 5 damage to all opposing troop, all non-dragon troop and non-dragon champion. Well, it starts by transforming you into a dragon, then deal 5 damage to all non-dragon troops and champions, and then if you have an equipment, it produces a random dragon. Normally then you become Zakir and you have a new champion power, but right now what is bugged is that you don't get to play the champion power. However, it doesn't really matter that much. Alright, so we can Chronic Madness ourselves twice and then play Marauder for free, and now we've got a lot of choice. What do we choose? We could Purging Flame. That would be Purging Flame. Hey, why can't I check the crypt? It's not that great though right now. I'd like to see one more board wipe. We could twin... Oh, I wanted to switch Twin Eternities. This is what we're going to do. Quick test. Let's just play the Crowd Roar. Oh, that's okay. That would be a decent Crowd Roar. Now Heat Wave is free. Alright. Crowd Roar again. Well, I guess at this point... Yeah, let's just roll another Crowd Roar. We're going to Heat Wave for free now. Another Marauder. Okay, that's nice. Da-da-da-da. Wrath of Zakir. Excellent. This is in line. Going to put more things into my crypt. A few things here. Did we get the Blessing of the Immortal in the crypt? That would be cool. We didn't. Now, if we become Zakir now, we're going to lose our 2 Marauders. But I'm thinking, with 2 Marauders in play, we could just Purging Flame. Wait. I should have Heat Wave first. That was bad. Yeah, the sequencing was bad again. Alright, so let's just go Twin Eternities for now. And we can wipe the board. Next turn, Purging Flame is lethal, so is the board anyway. So that would be okay. The champion itself isn't on XCCG, brother. Here's the image. Yeah! Zakir! Alright, so we've got a blessing. You. Chronic Madness. Another Wrath of Zakir. And this should be... Oh wait, we're losing all our troops, right, if we do that, so... I think we're just going to go with the... attack, and then what we do is that we discard 2 cards to exhaust blockers. And yeah, we should be okay. At least 1 Marauder will hit, and actually we could have just cleared the board and win, right? Yeah, that was, well, we're still winning, just a bit sloppier. Purging Flames. Yes, blessings, and well, why not? Why not? Going to put all the blessings and then 63, and since I'm a Venom, I'm putting spider eggs into their deck, and it doesn't seem much, 2 per blessing, but as you can see, if we don't win on turn 4 or 5, we usually can put a decent amount of spider into their decks. And sometimes it's just a win condition. Okay, so, but we want to update the list here before we do anything else. I think we'll take another 10-15 minutes to work an update to this list, and then we can go on and continue upon the spoiler season. So, wanted to trade Twin Eternities for... Okay, this seems right for Mastery of Time, because I think that's just better than 266 most of the time with this list. And we want to play 1 less of something. I want to play less Purging Flames. The Heat Waves are pretty much required. The Murmurs are great. Maybe 1 less Wrath of Zakir. Since we already have, well, I think I want something big in the crypt, so maybe just 1 less Heat Wave. Because we want to play the enablers as many as we can. And we could play 1 more of each if we'd want, but I don't think we want that. We'll try this out. I think that works. We'll try with 4 Mastery of Time and just 2 Heat Waves. Mastery of Time should prove to be a decent target. Do we want to change the shards? I don't think so. Early game we want 2 rubies and 2 sapphires, so pretty much going even here. I don't like slow shards because most of the time, you know, when the opponent is aggressive, you do want to make sure that you do stuff right away. And I don't understand why these Purging Flames are not full art yet, but we will certainly fix that. Whoops. Equipped Replica Reinforcement. Let's see what it does. Is that to replicate the Marauders themselves? Create a replica of target troop you control and each other troops you control that shares a trait, and put those troops into your hand. Troops put into your hand -1 cost. Troop you control at each troop you control that shares a trait with it, and put those troops into your hand. Oh, so the equipment just provides a -1 cost, but your Marauders already have a cost reduction effect, so might run this, but you kind of need a Marauder into your... Because if you have this in the crypt and then you play this on your Marauder, you're going to have a ton of Marauders, but a ton of Marauders without good targets in the crypt. I'm not sure. Because with the Oleans equipment here, it means that we're going to get 2 additional copies of Marauders in the deck, so we're up to 5, and I feel that that's mostly enough. We usually get all the Marauders that we need. Alright, so let's try this configuration and see what happens. But replica reinforcement with Marauders is a staple for sure. Yeah, as I was saying, regular reinforcement is fine. Yeah, that's the thing with Arena. You don't have access to all the champion power that, you know, just being able to create blessings, create actions that are free with the Marauder deck is already good. If you have ways to tutor and interact with playing things for free in the crypt, and it just becomes crazy really fast. We've got a blessing and an acorn. We're going to draw 2. These are not enablers per se, but yeah, we might just draw blanks. This hand is okay if we draw Sapphire, but let's just try to see. Okay, that works. That works way better. So, starting by putting blessings in the deck, Arcane Focus, into Chronic Madness, and Chronic Madness ourselves. And we have a Marauder in the crypt. So we have a target for our turn 3 Blessing of the Immortal. Now it's the question of what do we do in the meantime. We'd like to see a shard, and we did see a shard. We have a Purging Flame, so things are okay. So if all goes well, next turn we Slithering Marauder, but we don't have any target for Slithering Marauder yet. Might just do Purging Flame, I guess. What do we do? No way to discard cards. Well, you could always... Yeah, let's just go with the Marauder. Oh, no Blessing of the Immortal. That's a bummer. That's a bummer. We're close to 4. If we play Purging Flame, or Marauder will be 5. Will be 6th, depending on what we draw. Well, do we Purging Flame now? There's a decent amount of troops in the crypt, but I don't feel that we're going somewhere. Well, this goes to 6, and maybe we Purging Flame now. I guess next turn we have Mastery of Time. The problem with Mastery of Time in this list is that it doesn't go into the crypt, but then again it gives you another turn, so if you draw a shard, I guess it reduces the cost for Marauder by 1. This is a Blessing of the Immortal deck that plays at Marauders. Well, the goal is to just play things for free in the crypt, and if you're going to do that, then playing Marauder just makes sense. Okay, so Mastery of Time. And oh, we've got a Blessing, so we might do something here. Another Purging Flame. Now that we are 1 in the crypt, we're going to Purging Flame again. No, we're going to Focus. Wrath of Zakir should be closed now. 7, so next turn Wrath of Zakir. And this is the first game is always a bit slower because there's less charge generation, so there's less chance that we get a Blessing of the Immortal. It's still never guaranteed though. You could be very unlucky. I think with this specific build I'm generating close to, I think it was 11 blessings before turn 3 in the deck. So with 10% each, you have a decent chance of getting a Blessing of the Immortal in the lot. But 4 plus Purging Flame is a kill. It's a kill if there's no blockers, but if there's blocker, it's not a kill, right? Or the... Well, yeah, that was... Math is hard. Do we do Purging Flame again? Why not? Purging Flame 3, no, for 2, yeah. I guess we're going to win by becoming Zakir in style. Yeah, Lorenzo is a bit cool, just a tad cool, and we're going to start by him today. We're going to start in force. That thing is going to be present in multiple metas for a long time. I feel very, very good card. I like its cost. I like its stats. It does everything right. No, I know that there's so many math teachers that play X. I don't know why I'm not one. But no, I'm a lot of things, but I'm not a math teacher. I have many hats at work and in life. Well, you should know I'm a coach. I think I made it pretty clear. All right, here we go. So blessings, and we got 2 blessings then. Wow. We're going to do this. We're going to play the blessings first because they will move up spaces, and we hope to draw one. We didn't. We're going to madness ourselves, and then we've got an arcane focus to start with. Do we take the shrine? No, we don't take the shrine. We take the shard, just to ensure that we draw things. Okay, so that was a nice first turn. We've got a decent amount of actions in our crypt tree. For the first turn is not too bad. Second turn we play Shrewd Manipulation, and this is where things gets interesting. So this, Shrewd Manipulation, and pass the turn. Now we're going to have options. It's not skipping turn. Yeah, okay, we're going to take it. Okay, so sure, it doesn't cost anything, so why not? So third turn, we're going to create blessings. That's the first step. We're going to check if we draw a blessing of the Immortal first. We didn't. Wow, we're not lucky with these. I guess I'm still discarding 2 cards next turn-ish. Okay, so playing more blessings here gives us some health back. We can put the Mastery of Time and the Crowd Roar in the crypt. Again, we can exhaust these 2 on the start on the next turn, so that works. Not a turn 3 kill, but we should be okay. Combat step, discarding Mastery of Time and Crowd War for this one, and discarding these 2 for this one, and now we should be good. We play 2. Oh, we don't have the Sapphire. Oh, that's bad. That is super bad. Miscalculation on my part, and it might just lose us the game. We can still exhaust one of the 1/4s. I guess this is what we're doing. We're going to exhaust a 5/5 in Insight. Yeah, not having the Sapphire is was very bad. Yeah, we're not winning this, aren't we? 12. Yeah. Okay, miscalculation. We died. This is an extreme fight for such a deck. But I just had to keep Heatwave in my hand, and I was fairly okay. I thought I would be playing Marauders on the next turn, but I didn't have the threshold. So here you go. Maybe we try 1 or 2 fights, and then we start with the spoilers. So going first is going to help. Purging Flame, change course. We'll keep it. On the play, we can keep this. We've got a 2-cost Purging Flame. We had a chance to get a 1-cost change course. Would have been very good, but we'll take the 8. And on the second turn, we change course for a ruby, and then we do Purging Flame. That is the plan. So we want a ruby with this. We did get one. On top of that, we get 2 actions in the crypt. This is great. All right, we have a plan. As long as things don't become too crazy, we should be okay. So 2 more blessings, Purging Flame to remove these 2 from the board. Now we should have a turn. And if we have a turn, we should be good. Okay, Blessing of the Immortal for a change course, I guess. Yeah, okay, so we've got one. What do we do with Blessing of the Immortal? We want things in the crypt. We have enough for Crowd Roar next turn. I think we're just going... We're not Purging Flame again for sure. We could Chronic Madness ourselves, but I think I'm just going to take the selection here. If we get a Shrewd Manipulation, we get nothing. Literal nothing. Alright. Do we Mastery of Time next turn? Maybe. We start a Mastery Chain. Wrath of Zakir is nice. I'd like to Crowd Roar, but let's just do this and play Mastery of Time. Get another turn. We may be drawing a shard. That could be... Okay. So, playing a ton of cards for free sounds lovely. Or do we play a Marauder for... not so much in the crypt. I guess we're just going to play the Crowd Roars until we draw something. Oh, we get a free Marauder now. That's great. That will play the Crowd Roar that we just put in the crypt. That works, right? Nice little loop here. A free Shrewd Manipulation. Chronic Madness on us. Alright, things starts to move. We can become Zakir, but I hope to get a Blessing in the meantime. We don't. Going to put 2 more actions in the crypt. This Marauder is free now. Going to play it to play another Crowd Roar. Or we don't. Oh, we don't. Okay, so without any other Crowd Roar, I feel that at this point we can play the Blessing. That would be cool. Before we become Zakir, at least one of these will survive the 5 damage from Zakir. So that's great. We don't have any other Blessings in the crypt. I think at this point we become Zakir, and then we've got another Marauder to play. Yeah, become Zakir. We can play the Marauder here. And we don't become Zakir again. We could do 5 more, but at the same time, we're just going to hurt ourselves. Just going to Chaotic Murmur the opponent at this point. Not that it matters, but... and we're not going to do Heat Wave. So that was a decent turn. That was nice. I think that worked well. Okay, we've got a Crowd Roar for 2 now, and a Marauder. We're going to do all the stuff. Oh, nice. So, Altar, drawing a card for free, playing a resource. Okay, so what do we do next? We can Crowd Roar with Marauder. That would be something. Crowd Roar with Marauder. What do we draw? 2 other Marauders and a Blessing. Okay, we're doing it. Doubling the blessings now. Alright, we're going to push this to the limit, and then we're going to go on with the review. Blessing, all the blessing. Oh, we got a Blessing of the Immortal. That's going to be crazy really fast. Ta-da! And every time we play a Blessing, all blessings go up one space in the deck. So that's why we're just trying all the blessings right now. Okay, we've got tons of options at this point, and it's just Can we just play our hand? But we're going to die, so we may just bury our opponent at this point. Getting all the spiders, so I think we're just going to go with the alternate win of do we, well, how much does this one do? 8, this one do 7. So we're going to madness our opponent. And this is going to end in a very big purging flame. Okay, that works. We'd like to get things that make our opponent bury a bit more. So we're going to play a free change course. Oh, it's nice. Getting all the spiders. Ta-da! Where do we go from there? We've got minus infinite marauders. I think this is a good time to... Do we become Zakia? We're already Zakia, right? So, Blessing of the Immortal. The first one is going to... Purging Flame, and this is going to be the big finish. And the second one is going to... Do you have anything to make them discard? Murmur them for 7 more. So here comes the big finish. 7 in the crypt. And right now there's a ton of troops in the crypts. And Purging Flame, minus 6. It wasn't that intense though. I thought it would be bigger. I would have had to kill all the spiders. Does it count our things in our crypt? I don't know. Alright, so we're done with this list, but I love the Mastery of Time. I think it works well. No. We were going for style here, not for efficiency. That deck, but I really love the deck though. It can win by going wide. It can win by going tall. It can win by direct damage. It can win by burying your opponent. Like you can attack from every single angle in the game with this list. That's what I really love about it. And the occasional Blessing of the Immortal. Well, it's very likely that you get a Blessing of the Immortal on turn 3, but sometimes, as you've seen, you just don't get it. If I'd have to change the list, I think removing a Mastery of Time for a focus would be sensible here, as we want as many enablers as we can, and maybe reducing something else for... we don't want an insane amount of Purging Flame, so maybe, as the win con, we have 2 and that's okay. So maybe we want to change course and just have more, ways to enable our combos. I think that's the best. I never really tried really hard to fine-tune this list, but feels like, we need one of these 3 in our starting end or a Crawling Madness to make things work. The rest just makes things happen. Yeah, I love that. Alright. So, and you want the mercenary that creates 2 blessings. This is really important. You want the Clatter Clang for the added charge, which is significant. And we're going with 3 damage to their face. Usually doesn't matter much, the 3 damage, so I think that this mercenary slot actually would be open for something better, but I don't know what kind of power we would get. My guess is that one of the better we could get for the list is this one. So one of the cards in our end gets discard, draw a card. If it ends up on a big action, like you discard it, you draw a card, and on the next turn you have chance to Blessing the Immortal it. That could be a thing. Actually, I think I'm going with Feste for the next run. It's very random, and most of the time it doesn't matter much, but I don't think Zarox mattered anyway. The other thing we could do is go with health gain, since we just really want to survive, and in that case we would go with troops in opposing ends, which would be Count Davian, if I'm not mistaken. There's a few avenues where we could go with this list, but we'll see. Alright, now time to go with spoilers. And let's just go with the background music for the splash screen and switch to the stream notes. Alright, here we go. Ta-da-da-da. Okay, so we're going to do, I've added a few this week on the stream, so we're not going to review them again, but you can find the notes here in the stream notes. But because we have a ton to do, and I want to make sure to do as many as possible during the stream today, and hopefully we clear them out. We've got a few hours ahead of us, so that should be possible. And we'll see. I guess if we're going to stay on that screen for a while, this would make sense. Does it really make it better readable? I don't think so. Well, I'll just go with that. Okay, so let's do this. A lot of spoilers. As we were discussing a few minutes ago, we kind of did, you know, the news. Usually, you know, we've been receiving big Friday updates. You know, most of the time that was kind of the big thing, right? When there's not a lot of things going on, Friday is where the news comes in. But this week we've got, you know, last 2 weeks we've got tons of spoilers, and the Friday updates have been okay-ish. This week was a bit weak. But we had so many spoilers during the week, so it's not too bad, and it really seems that they're adopting a new line. Like in spoiler seasons, the big news are coming on Mondays and Wednesdays instead of Fridays, so I'm still holding my breath, so to speak, for next Monday for a big news. That would be very, very cool, because at this pace we likely have a fourth of the set already spoiled, so 25%. Hey Galcott, thanks for the follow, appreciate it. Welcome to the team. So at this point we have to be close to half the set spoiled, not half, a quarter of the set spoiled. So yeah, things are moving fast, and if we continue that pace, at the very least we will have the full spoiler in 3 or 4 weeks. So I guess that works. That would put the release date. Actually, that's a fun thing to do, right? If we get three weeks with as many spoilers as we did the last 2 weeks, we likely be close to full spoiler in 3 weeks. So that would put release date 1st of March, something along these lines. And we're February 5th without a release date yet. I guess usually they give us 2 weeks. So if it's released on a Thursday, maybe they announce the release date tomorrow, but I feel it's really unlikely. If we're getting a release in February, I'm guessing it's going to be the 28th. That would be Tuesday, last day of the month actually. That could make sense. Maybe the 21st. I guess no. I guess if they're announcing a release date on the 6th, 21st would be the likely date, but end of February, 21st or 28th. If not, we're going to get it in March. We're slightly behind their objective in terms of release dates, but it really appears, and you know, when you look at the facts that we had for a while with Dinotropia and the feedbacks we're seeing in the forums and the cards that we're seeing so far, I think that it really feels, and I've said it a few times, right, on the show already, it doesn't feel like right now we're waiting for the set to be ready. I feel that right now we're waiting for big features, and this is the thing that is slowing down the release, because it really feels like, at least that's my impression, it's call it gut feeling or anything, but they've been pretty on point in releasing sets so far. You know, set 4, set 5, and it feels like the set 6 was ready a few weeks ago, and that we're waiting for something else. I'm that's what would be my gut feeling. And when they released AZ2, like AZ2 was mainly done, and they were holding out for, you know, to know if they would put in the strongholds or not. And I feel like something similar is happening right now. And if that's the case, that's best for the game. I don't mind them missing their objective by a few weeks, right? Because their objective of a set every 4 months would have landed the new set in January. Now we're in February. If we get it end of February, it's what, a few weeks, like 3 or 4 weeks, you know, late. 3 or 4 weeks late on 4 months is not really, it's not bad, right? It's not great, but it's not bad. If we're getting additional value than just a set, that is perfectly fine. If we just get a set 6 without any big new feature in the game, then, you know, delaying is a bit of a bad omen. But I'm pretty sure they've been releasing, you know, new sets or big patch with a lot of new features in the client, and that has been very consistent throughout the game. So I don't see them not doing it for set 6. Trends, there is some signs that they are going to cut down the spoiler cycle and launch the 21st or 28th. Yep. Yeah, that's the thing, right? It really felt that it really feels like set 6 was done along, you know, was ready. Released the same day the Switch comes out. I'm not sure it will hurt X if it comes out on the same day as the Switch, to be honest, but we'll see. Now on with the spoilers. We're starting with Colin spoilers from, I believe, what was yesterday, and God, that card is good. Lorenzo. We're going to hear about Lorenzo for a long time. Lorenzo the Worm Singer. It really feels like there's a trend where you have Singer in your name and you're good. Like let's do a test here. Let's do the test, the Singer text. If you're singing in X, it feels like it's pretty good. Singer. Singer, we've got Might Singer, we've got Wind Singer, and now we have Worm Singer. All legendaries and are pretty darn good. So I think that there's a trend here. Well, Might Singer Alindra was played in limited, but we're speaking about constructed. It really feels like the cards that have Singer in their name are just insanely good. We'll see. So what's this card? It's a 5 cost 2 ruby threshold troop. It is an elf mage at legendary 4/3, and it reads speed. When you use a charge power, copy that power. Very simple. Copy something. And we're playing a TCG. Usually copying something is pretty good. So this is an ardent troop. The fact that this is a faction troop just makes it even better. Elf mage, and it's a mage, and mages are great. Legendary. This is a unique, yes. Unique. What are the? I just put a tag. Unique. Okay. This is a 4/3. So speed, and when you use a charge power, copy that power. Very simple, very efficient. There's oh man, there's going to be a lot of discard everywhere. So key features, speed, and it's just, you know, copy, charge power. Okay, so we want to keep track of the timing though. This is not a kind of card that if we just look, let's say we talk about limited for a second. In limited, this is a 4/3 with speed. If it would just be that, I don't think it would cut it in a lot of decks, because the stats are underwhelming for 5 cost. Even though it has speed, you know, speed is okay in an aggressive deck. but for the most part, 4-3 with speed is okay as a top curve topper in an aggressive Ruby deck, but it's not that great, right? Now, we're going to copy charge power. We're getting in a whole different story there. There's a ton of charge powers that have a significant effect on the board, on the game, that are going to be very good if you get it twice. The first one that came to mind for everyone, I'm pretty sure, is Angus. Granted, we're not playing Angus that much in Limited, but Angus doing 8 instead of 4 is a very big deal. Now, in Limited, getting to use Josephina twice on the same turn, stunning 2 troops, is likely going to win you the game. Getting 2 Rage Trigger for Gorn is going to end the game pretty fast, or you're going to diversify your threats. There's tons of champion power that makes a lot of sense with Lorenzo. In Limited, going to be able to create 2 Valors with Lysander is very significant. It dies to removal, but it is a must remove. You must remove that troop. I see this best paired with champion that have charge powers that cost 3 or more. Maybe, you know, on your turn 6, you play that on turn 5, and then if you hold an activation, you get an activation right away. So double banner is fun. Create 2 Dreadlings with Shoku. That might be something, because creating 2 Dreadlings for free on one turn is not insignificant, right? But for the most part, I think that this will be, you know, if you draft this early, if you have this in your Limited deck, you will be able to craft a very big turn, and if your opponent doesn't have quick speed removal, you're likely going to take over the game, because not only you're going to double your champion power, you have a 4 attack speed troop on the board, right? If we want to go into slightly more complicated threshold requirements, Grandfather Elk is going to give +6/+6 crush, or 2+3/+3 crush to 2 troops, and you already have 1 target in Lorenzo that is speed. So this guy with Grandfather Elk is very, very frightening. I mean, that turn you're going to do an insane amount of damage right there. So double Caliban sounds amazing. Amazing, I'm not sure, but fun, yes. Warmaster Fuzako, +2/+2 to the entire board, and it comes exactly at the 5 charge cost. So this guy is going to be played. Champion's power are integral and one of the biggest part of X. They're very subtle, but they shape all X games, Limited and Constructed. Being able to double the effect, the double dip on the champion power activation in one turn will be significant. Think about all turns in the past where you use your champion power. There's always something significant going on there, and if you double it, you're going to get a lot of value and a big spike. So this card is all about getting a big spike, like a turn where you get a big, you know, you activate the champion power, you get twice the effect, and then you have a speed attacker. So this is going to be very, very good. And in PvE, this is going to be even stupider. Like in PvE, this guy is going to be insane as well, but that's another story. Think about all the mercenaries that you're going to get to double activation on their champion power, and there are some that are insanely good. So yeah, this is going to be fun. So what do we put this in Limited? I think this is going to be a... Is this going to be a bomb in Limited? It's going to be a chase. I think that's a given. But what do we put this on a scale? Like, I think that if you see this, it's going to be a good pull towards Ruby. Does this card will this card win games on its own? I'm not sure. So I'm not ready to put it at A as a bomb, but it's going to have a significant impact. Like good incentive to start going into to consider Ruby. I think I'm just going to put like that. If not, like, if you are not maxing out on the copy power, the card becomes an underwhelming curve topper for an aggressive Ruby deck. I think I'm just going to phrase it like that. Yeah, this card is this card is playable. Like champion powers are integral to deck strategies and consistently used in constructed matches, being able to have a big spike turn on 5 with a double champion power should be enough to swing the game in your favor most of the time. Will likely be a chase legendary for the set. Here we go. Yeah, I don't think yeah, this has to be a chase legendary. And it's going to be very fun crafting decks around it. There's going to be lots of things, and this card is going to go in Angus, right? Angus is losing a few things, but think about Angus being able to on turn 5 do 8 straight to your face and attack with a forecast 4 attack troop. That's very scary. Like on turn 4 they play Mamayati, and on turn 5 they play Lorenzo. What are you going to do? You're just dead. Like, if you were not dead, you're pretty dead. Nineveh is going to be cool. Yeah, counter magic, please. We didn't see an efficient counter magic. I'm pretty sure we'll get one. Or if we don't get one, we'll get a few modular or restrictive like counter magics at 2 or 1, like we've seen so far. I wouldn't mind having a few counter magic, but I like the blanket, like having a blanket counter magic at maybe 3 without the double threshold, but without increasing the cost by 2 would be okay. We'll see. Alright, this was Lorenzo, so if we go with the newer one, why not go with the newer one first? So this one is going to be very cool as well. 2 costs, 1 diamond threshold, no faction. It is a basic action. There's no trait. Rarity is a common. And it reads, target troop deals damage equal to its attack to itself. I love the art with the theme of the card and everything. Card is great. 2 cost removal. That should deal with most of the troops. Yeah, 2 cost removal, just prime removal, right? In limited, this card is going to remove a very big number of troops on the board. It's like one of the key pieces. This is clearly a B for limited. You're not going to pass Justice a lot. Like, it's an efficient 2 cost removal, deals with most troops. You are going to want to play as many as you can in your diamond deck, and that's it. Is this playable in constructed? I feel it will be. We're losing a few 2-cost removal at quick. This is basic action, but it's still a good removal with a somewhat of a low cost. So I think it's playable. Will be the most efficient way to remove troops in Diamond in the new standard format. So it's going to be played. I mean, it's a 2-cost remove a troop. There's a lot of troop that you need to be removed, and this is going to be one of them. If somewhere along the lines the meta becomes cards with less attack than defense, then you're not going to play it. But you know, looking at the past metas over since set 1, this card would have been played to a certain degree, I'm pretty sure. So we're going to play that. There's no reason that we're not going to play that. So pretty cool card, and it's going to be one of the key cards in limited for sure. Next one. I'm going to try to keep up with the chat, but we're going to try to also keep a decent pace here. So Chaos Carver, again, if you want to have the text format for the cards, they're all in my stream notes. There's a public notes as well where people can add their own comments if they want. You know, copy paste the cards and add comments if that's your thing. We're going to work on the draft metrics as well, but for now we don't have all the uncommons, and we don't have a lot of commons and uncommons, so it's hard to put things there. But Chastis is going to be up there for sure as a signal for Diamond. So Chaos Carvers, 4 cost, 2 blood threshold. It's an underworld troop. Troop. It is a necrotic cleric at uncommon. It's not unique, 1/5, and it reads diligence. This gets +4 attack and life drain until the start of your next turn. Now this is a very slow card, right? Just too slow for constructed, so we're going to avoid that. So it has 5 defense on a 4-cost troop, so it should be able to attack on most boards. But the first time you attack, you're not going. I don't. The thing is that you play that on 4, and then you attack on 5. But when you attack on 5, the problem is that you're only doing 1 damage, and they're going to be able to put everything that they have in front of this card and kill it. So I don't think there will be a lot of scenarios, unless you're sporting a lot of removal, or you're already winning. But if you're on parity, or if you're behind, this card is just bad. It's not doing anything. The only way I could see this triggering its attack power most of the time would be by mobilize. But if you're mobilizing a 4-cost 5 defense troop on turn 5, you're not going to do much until turn 6-7. So I think that the timing of this card is just too bad for it to be played in limited. I don't think it's going to be a good card. A 5/5 life drain attacker is going to win games. Like, if you can attack with it, it's going to win games. But the problem I see with it is that if you're not able to, on turn 5, play a removal or influence the blockers to some degree, you're not going to gain much from this card, because they're very likely to have at least 5 power on the board by turn 5. If you're on the play, it's a bit better, but on the draw, this card is just too slow, right? The power, you know, the effect is powerful, but the card's really slow. Okay, so 5/5 attacker with life drain on turn 6 is okay in power, but its diligence trigger will be awkward to activate most of the time. Unless you have ways to exhaust your troop for free on turn 4, like you play this, and then on turn 4 you exhaust your own troop, with a champion power for instance, or I don't know what, then you can attack with a 5-5 life drain on turn 5, that is really, really good. Like, as soon as this card has 5 attack, with life drain, you're going to win the game. But, how many times are you going to get there? That's a big question, and I don't think you're going to get there a lot of the time. and we don't know the speed of the meta as well, so this is a very slow threat to set up. Well, actually, what I would, it's high setup cost. It's hard to set up. Once it's set up, you should be winning the game. So, do you add this in most of your blood decks? We don't know yet. But to me, it's going to be a bit hard to have this going. However, it's a decent blocker, right? With 5 defense, you play this on turn 4. If you're not an aggressive deck, you can just wait for the right time to attack with it, and at which point you should be okay. But it's still playing a 4-drop that has 1 defense, that has 1 attack on the board, and if you're just blocking with this, you'd likely rather be playing in, you know, other cards, like 4-cost 3/3 would be better most of the time on defense, because at the very least it can trade. And this card is not going to trade with anything, so it's a weird one. Like, we have champion powers to stun troops, we've got tons of stuff. Sapphire has a lot of flight, you know, threats. I have a hard time placing this card in a context where it's good. Like, even in a slower limited meta than what we have right now, like if you're playing a 3-drop and a 4-drop, and then you're playing your 4-drop and it's Kato's Carver, you're not going to be able to swing, right? But as soon as you are able to swing and this one doesn't die, you're in good shape. But how do you do that? You'll need removal. So my guess is that you don't pick this one early, but if you have a few good removal or ways to influence their board, like a champion power like Josefina, for instance, works really, really well with this one. So high setup cost, I'd say look for champion powers that removes blockers to enable a safe first attack. So I guess when you're behind, you have a big wall, so you can survive a few attacks. And if you're at parity, this is not too good, because they're going to be able to deal with it with their blockers. If you're ahead, this card is going to keep you ahead. So yeah, I guess looking at the best case scenario, it's hard to activate it, but it's going to have an effect on the board, and it's a threat, and if you ever activate it, you're going to likely win that game. So I'm going to put C here. I'm very careful. It might turn out to be a lot better than I think it is, but I'd say underwhelming if you can't attack on turn 5 with it. However, good enough on defense that it can enable you to wait for a good attack to enable it. And it makes you, yeah, I guess C, yeah, is that a B? Like, maybe there's enough mobilize in the set so that you play this on turn 4 and you're not really attacking on turn 5, you're just waiting for a good opportunity, and at some point you play a mobilized troop and then you attack with it. Maybe that's the way to go. I'm just going to put C there. These grades are, you know, very tentative. They're just, I'm just trying to to try to see what kind of context where the card would be good. And of course, when we have the full set, we're going to review the grades, and the grades are there just to have to put a you know, a question mark on each cards, a punctuation mark on each cards. What really works, where I want to work for limited for draft is the signals. This instead of giving a rating for cards, this just speaks a lot more to me. And will this card be a signal for its shard? That's a question. Yeah, and keep in mind the +4 power is permanent. Oh no, it's until the start of your next turn. So it's a 5/5 life drain for 4 on turn 6. Like if it was able to attack on turn 5. There's a lot of ifs, but once you do, it's good. So I put this in C, and maybe it's going to be better, but we'll see. It's in construct that it's not playable. Setup cost too high. Well, it's just not powerful enough. Well, setup cost too high. Just leave it at that. And it really, honestly, it depends, right? If the games are a lot slower with set 6, and there's a lot of mobilized enablers that could go well with blood, I can very well see this being a thing, but it needs a context, right? In a context where the games are very aggressive, it's a good blocker though, and that's the thing, right? If your opponent has a 4-cost, you know, attacker on turn 4, on their turn 4, you want to draw, you play this, at the very least you can block, but it's going to die to any kind of combat tricks or Garnet activation. Even at 5 defense, I don't see this surviving combat that much, so we'll see. Interesting card here. Next turn, we're going to get another one of the first cards that we got with a conscript for Underworld here. So power and pain, 2 costs, 1 blood threshold, quick action, doesn't have any trait. This is a common, and it reads suck table minor, conscript, and Underworld troop with cost 4. The created card gets also get a power of this. What do we think of this card? It's a hard nut to crack. Well, okay, so it's flexible socket. The big problem is that there's high variance in card quality at the 4-drop Underworld slot. And that's a big problem. You know, when we see these conscripts with 2, for instance, at least in the Ardent side of things, conscript 2 is pretty good. Like, you're 9 times out of 10 going to get a 2 attack troop that costs 2, and that's okay, right? That the variance is low enough that it can consistently give you what you need. But 4-cost random Underworld troop is going to get you a lot of crap. Like, there's a lot of dwarves in there that 4-cost that cares about artifacts, and you're likely not going to have artifacts. There's a few other conditional troops that not going to do much with Chineers, for instance. There's a few bomb, right? The dream is to get a high Infinitrix, but this is not, and it doesn't curve well. Like when we look at the Boisterous Ballad, for instance, it's a 1-cost that creates a 2-drop, and that works really well, because you play this on your turn 1, and then your turn 2 you have a card that you can play, and taking the turn 1 off is not a big deal in most games. Also, 1-cost makes you able to weave it into your sequencing, so that you're just being efficient with your resources and you get a troop to play with. So that's good. But being able to weave in 2-cost action is a lot more than just 1-cost action. And this one creates a 4-cost troop at random. And you 4-cost, you don't run that many in a deck. And do you really want your 2-cost cards to be 4-cost cards in the end? That doesn't seem right to me in a limited deck, right? Unless you have a control deck with a lot of quick action, removal, and card draw, and things of the sort where you're always keeping your resources up. And at the end of the turn, if you didn't use your resources for removal or something, then you play Power of Pain and you just get a 4-drop. So it's a bit better than just having a 4-drop in your hand, but most of the time it's going to be the exact same thing as having a 4-drop in your hand. And you'd rather just control what kind of 4-drops you get. The added bonus of having a minor socket is just not there for me, because the variance is too high. Like, even if you have the consistency of knowing what kind of socket you'll get, this is just a minor. If we'd have access to a major, maybe, but I don't think this is playable at all. I mean, I might be wrong, but I think this is just a D. Like, most decks will never play this card. If you play this card, I guess this card will be best played in control or defensive decks with a decent amount of quick speed cards. This is non-playable, inconsistent, not powerful enough. Yeah, I don't think we're going to play that card very much, and I'm going to be happy when my opponent plays this card, to be honest. Most of the time I'm just going to be happy, because they're wasting their turn 2 or 2 resources before turn 4, and they're getting a random 4-drop that has a good chance of having a low impact on the board, or no impact, or just being crap. Like, it's a crappy card that creates on average a not so good card. If there would be like a socket power where the socketed power activate when you play the action and then activate again when you play the troop, now we could be talking about something, something great. And I've recorded the 2 turns last night with the guys, and we discussed about this card, and the consensus I think was that, if we'd have an action gem, so to speak, that would be cool, but it might get better with set 7 if we get nice gems for this one. Like a gem that activates when you play the card instead of a deploy effect, for instance. So that, let's say we'd have a gem, like a major sapphire gem that reads, draw a card when you play this. So we put this on Power and Pain, and we play it and draw a card, and then we play the troop and draw a card. That would be fantastic. That would be pretty cool, but it would be a major. Very likely be a major, and this is a minor socket, so it's going to be hard. Let's just not spend too much time on this one. I don't think it's great. We'll see if we're wrong, but not too sure that this will be a key card in Limited. Alright, this one is cool. This one is cool. Surging Wildfire. Let's take a moment to admire the art here, the wood elemental that is burning, that has a lashing. It's just great. Like, the art of this card is just awesome. And even, with each set we see the art shaping the game, taking its identity within the art of the cards, and I really love that. Like, we're seeing a very good progression. The art direction seems to be taking more and more roots in the lore and the accumulated knowledge and identity of the game, and we're seeing these nice cards with insanely good hearts, and that depict a very cool, an action going on, and I really love them. So for the card itself, it's a 4-cost, 1 wild and 1 ruby threshold, so ruby and wild. This has no faction, it's a troop, elemental, it is an uncommon, it's non-unique, 1 attack, 4 cost. So 1 attack, 4 cost for 4. It's not that great. Let's see what we get. Rage 1 is something. Speed is good. So we're looking at a 2-4 speed attack around 4. Okay. That's not great. And then there's a 3-4 attack around 5. But there's another line. So when this attacks, okay, nice. We got speed, we got rage 1, that works. This deals damage equal to its attack to each opposing champion. Alright. Now we're talking. This feels like a playable card. Rage 1 and speed, that's an aggressive card. It does damage to the champion, so on turn 4 attacking with a speed troop with 4 defense should be able to survive. And you're going to do, I'm going to assume that the rage trigger happens before the damage. If it doesn't, that's bad, that's going to be way worse, but let's just assume that rage is going to happen and then we're going to get the trigger. Let's just assume that, like, it's 2 damage to target champion, attack for 2-4. On the 3rd turn, on the 5th turn, you attack for 3 damage to their face, and you have a 3-4 attacking. And if it hasn't died yet, you're going to do 4 to their face and attack for 4 on the next turn. So this card, if you can attack with it, you're just going to win the game. It's going to put it gives you reach. It grows with each attack. It has good defense for its cost. So let's just say good defense for cost. Card provides reach and I guess aggressive card, right? You want to be attacking if you're playing this card. Now, let's talk about limited for a second here. What do we think about limited? I think this is a good card. I think this is a good card. I mean, if you see, this is the kind of card you would pick early in the draft and say, well, I've got a very good reason to try and see if I can make a white ruby happen, right? This is a solid card. So on curve, it appears to be good, and if you can't attack with it, it still has 4 defense. Works really. Oh, okay. So here we go. Keep an eye out on attack modifications, like champion power, for instance. Like if you play Grandfather Hulk with this guy, you give it like 3 attack and it goes up to 5. You do 5 to their face and you have a 5-4 crush troop, and on the next turn that, you know, if you have any ways to increase the attack of this troop with a champion power, for instance, it's just going to be insane. Like you're going to do 5-4-5 to their face. It's going to be great. So and it dodges Kados, it dodges chastise, and it's going to be significant. Like there's going to be a decent amount of time where you're fighting diamond opponents and they have chastise and they can't kill your Whitefire. So yeah, multicolor picks early in the draft are not that great, but this is one of the cards where you know, if you already have Ruby or Wild cards, I think you're going to get this a decent amount of the time. So let's just put it at B, C plus B. Where do we put this? I think we're going to go... B would be a signal that this archetype is open. I think it is. You'll always play this in your Ruby Wild decks and is as many copies as possible most of the time. And Wild is the shard. Wild and Ruby are the shards for attack modification, attack improvement. So I'm guessing that there's going to be a decent amount of interaction with improving the attack of Surging Wildfire. Even more so with champion powers in Ruby and in Wild, that tends to also modify the attack value of troops, for that matter. So I think you're going to see this like pick tree, and you already have a Wild or a Ruby card, or you just don't have a Wild Ruby card, but your first few picks were not that great, and then you get this. Like third, fourth pick-ish. I think you're going to, maybe people on my, on my left or on my right, and not picking Ruby or white cards, and that might be a thing. So, is that played in Constructed? That's a big question. We've got 3 drops in Constructed that are 4/4s. We've got 4 drops that are 5/5s. This attacks as a 2/4. I think most of the time it was just die or get blocked. I could see that in a deck, very aggressive Ruby Wild deck, where you play this, you use your champion power on 4 to improve its attack, and then you attack and you get like 5 damage in. 4-5 damage to their face, and you're still attacking with a 5 or 6 attacking troop on turn 4. That could be pretty cool for aggressive deck, like an aggressive Ruby Wild deck with a champion power that improve troops attack. Maybe that works. I'm going to... is it non-playable? French. If this gets played in Constructed, it will likely be paired with a champion power that improves its attack significantly. Like if we play the Ruby champion that gives that provides 3 attack to a troop, right? On turn 4 you can deal 5 damage to their face and attack for 5. That's a decent amount of damage right there. But I'm guessing that you'd rather just play Mama Yetis in its slot, so the fact that it gives reach is something. And maybe we get a crazy action at some point, like a crazy champion power, a crazy action that gives like 6 attack to troop for 0 cost with a ton of thresholds. That could very well happen at some point. And maybe that's the way, but I'm not on the Red Belt. I'm still tagging this as non-playable and constructed, but we'll see. I'm not only in my build, but in Limited, it's a fantastic card in Limited, and I can't wait to play with it. Did we already do Spring Renewal? Spring Renewal... Nope. Alright. This card, this is one of my favorite art so far in set 6. I really love the art for the face in general. They're pretty great, but are these face? They're satire. No, not face, satire. Alright, so Spring Renewal. Okay. We got this. 2 costs, 1 white threshold. It is a basic action. It is an uncommon, and it reads: put target non-action card from your crypt into your hand. These effects are powerful. Gets better as more things are in the crypt. Gets better with card modification. Equivalent to draw card with selection. So the way I see this card is it really reminds me of Change Course. Although Change Course is a quick action, right? But the thing is that this card is a card draw with selection, and the selection is your crypt. if you have nothing in your crypt, this is obviously not very good. And it's a non-action. And most of the early cards that you play in Constructed to fuel your deck and get there are actions. So that's not too great. However, there's a ton of cards that gets modified over the course of a game that, getting them back would be crippling for your opponent. Like getting back a Crusader is going to be significant. Getting back Runear Hierophant that has become really big is going to be significant. If we're playing in a world where there's a lot of prophecy triggers going around on troops or non-action cards, getting another dip on the prophecy triggers is going to be significant. Now, this is not for all decks, but decks where you have a lot of modifications for your deck, or you're just playing Kagulichu. Kagulichu is a great example. If you're playing Explorers, Cottontail Explorers with Kagulichu, you're going to have a decent amount of things in your crypt. And running this card will be look at 4, 5, 6, 7 cards in your crypt and draw a card. And if it would read, look at 5, 7 cards and draw a card for 2 in white, that would be very good. You would play that. So it's a good effect. It's not an effect for all decks, but it is a good effect. For 2 wild decks, there's going to be decks that want to play this card, and it's going to be good in these decks. So we'll see how things end up, but I love the card. I think this will be a significant card for Constructed. It's not going to be a card that you'll see everywhere, but it's going to be significant. It's good. I mean, it's clearly good. And we're going to have tons of interaction, like getting a double dip on deploy effect from your troops that went to the board and died is going to be significant. Think about Crocozor. Like, you play a Crocozor, it dies, you get it back, and you replay it. It's not something that you will do, quickly, but replaying a Crocozor that had died is going to be insanely good. Like, how many games did you lose where you played 2 Crocozors, right? Granted, how many games did you lose when you played 1 Crocozor? That's not a point here. There's going to be lots of cards that are good with this, and I'm looking forward to play this. Like, your 3-drop, you play your 3-drop and it died, and on turn 5 you get it back and you play it. That's great. There's going to be tons of stuff, and we're getting cards with conscript triggers, right? Imagine this card and you play a what's his name? The diamond card that has conscript 3 times in a row with the Death Cry effect. It's going to be great. Like, there's going to be a ton of stuff to do with this card, and the fact that it's in wild and we have Cottontail Explorer in wild. Just Cottontail Explorer, it puts 3 cards in your crypt, and remove the shards from there and put them into your hand. This is a card that works really, really well with Explorer. And if you're the Blood White, it's going to be even better. But just in Wild in general, with the Explorer, and say you're playing Sapphire Wild, and you're playing Explorer and Change Course in a somewhat of a control deck in Sapphire Wild, all of a sudden you're putting a ton of cards in your crypt. And this card, enables you to get the cards that you want from your crypt, and it's pretty cool. So there's a lot of neat application. But let's talk about Limited first. Second, we talked about Constructed a bunch. Where do we go in Limited? In Limited, we tend to play a lot of troops, and there's a lot of combat and troop trades, and they die. We've got a decent amount of champion power that modifies these troops as well to improve them. So, let's just take out a Gorn. Like, improves a troop, it dies, and you get it back here, you put it on the board. It means that you get a second, a second go at your champion activation power. In many situations, this is going to be another activation of your champion power. So, look for champion powers that have permanent troop modification. So I think this is going to be a good card in Limited, in the sense that there's a lot of trades that happen in Limited, and just drawing a troop, like drawing a 2 or 3 drop, even a 3 drop on turn 5, like you get your 3 drop on turn 5, you get it back and you replay it, it's going to be okay. I think this is going to be great. So let's just put this at C. I think you're going to want 1. I don't think you're going to want that many in your deck. Should be okay in most wild decks. If you have crypt enablers or significant troop modification, this goes up in value. It's going to be better, right? So here it is. So this is clearly playable and constructed, as we discussed. This will likely be played in wild decks with crypt enablers, champion cards, etc. So if you have ways to fill your crypt early, this is a draw card with selection, and it's pretty good. And this is in wild, mind you. So this is likely going to be a draw card in wild, and it's going to be a decent one. And you know, Sapphire White decks, control decks are going to love this card as well. To get things back, like it's non-action, but there's a lot of things that can be very significant in the game. We have constants, we have troops, we have artifacts that can all, you know, get back, and there's a ton of, you know, small artifacts that can be sacrificed for something, for some amount of value. Getting them back might be something okay. We'll see, right? But that's great. And it's not, yeah, well, it depends, right? If you have a way to select what you want from your deck and put it into your crypt, this card becomes insanely good. But I don't think we'll get that anytime soon. I really love this card, and the art is just phenomenal here. Love this one. So here we go. Next one is a bit of a this one, I know Penta wasn't too thrilled about the card, but this is a Johnny card for sure. But it is a cool card. I really, really love it. I'm not saying that this card will be all over the place, but I love the design of the card. So 0 cost, 5 Sapphire Threshold. It doesn't have any faction. It's troop. It's an Oni. So Onis are demons for the Oriental culture. So usually they're demons, and Onis tends to have many different shapes. So Copycats is pretty fun in that. So this is a rare. It's a 1/1, and it reads deploy. This transforms into a copy of another target troop, then revert that troop. Okay, so where do we go from there? We've got deploy. The fact that this is a deploy trigger means that you're not going to be able to copy the deploy trigger of other troops. Like, say you target a Crocosaur with Copycat, you're not going to do the deploy effect on the Crocosaur. You're just going to have a 5/6 on the board. Mind you, it's not too bad, but it's just something to keep in mind. So doesn't work with other troops. Deploy effects. This is very high setup cost. And there's a significant opportunity. Well, no, it's just setup cost. Yeah. So very high setup cost doesn't work with troops, other troops with better effects. So are we close to being able to play this in limited? I think this will be a D minus. Like, it's not that great. Like, it's too high, right? It might just be unplayable in limited for the most part. Like, only playable in Sapphire decks, in Mono Sapphire decks, and even then, need a good target to really matter. So not that great. The advantage of the card though is that if you play this on a Mono Sapphire limited deck on turn 5, you will likely be able to play a troop and then copy it. So there's that. But I'm not holding my breath. Have we had only troops before? That's a good question. I don't think so. Maybe one. Oni as a trait? No, I don't think we had any with Oni as a trait. Yep, that's the first one. Just compare your opponent Twilight Revenant. But if you're not removing your opponent's Twilight Revenant, you just created a very significant stall. And that's what this card is going to do most of the time. So in limited, I don't think so. I think most decks will not play this. Is it playable in constructed? Yeah, maybe. I'll put playable. Very high setup cost. Likely going to be used in combo decks. And maybe some control decks. In combo decks, I see this being played like drawing a ton of cards, and then you play a bunch of cards, and then you copy the cards that you played that have speed, and then you start doing some, big attack on one turn. The other way I see this card being used is in a control deck like Mono Sapphire, Heavy Sapphire, something else deck where on turn 5, 6, or 7, you play a big card draw spell like Zodiac Divination, and on that same turn you can play Copycat to mimic the best troop of your opponent so that you create a stall. So on that turn you draw a bunch of cards and then you played a troop on the same turn. For a control deck, that's very good. That's very, very good. So we'll see if, Heavy Sapphire control deck exists in the new meta. If they do, this could be a card played in these kind of deck. Like you play a ton of card draw and your threats are copycats. Like you just draw cards, play your Sapphire, control the board, and near the end of the game, you just continue to draw cards, play a copy of your opponent's threat for free, then remove it, and then you attack with it. Like something along these lines. Because playing this plus a removal, playing this plus drawing a card on the same turn is going to be a very big swing in the game. So there's the fact that it is 0 cost is so significant. I'm just going to put in a 0 cost. Like 0 cost enables some very, very, very cool lines of play there. But usually we want to play this card with other cards on the same turn, which implies you want to have a lot of cards in your hand. So we're in Sapphire, so drawing cards is definitely there. But it's a cool card. It's going to be combo or control, but I can foresee control decks playing this card, like Heavy Sapphire control deck playing this cards. And if you're going to have, very heavy in Sapphire and controlling the board, I'm guessing that you're going to play Empress of Ice as well. And if this is a good place, I think that this card with Empress of Ice, we're getting some kind of a good, nice package there for control Sapphire deck. We'll see if we get the tool for it, but things are shaping up. We'll see what the new counter magics looks like and what kind of interaction we can have with the board. But that's cool. That's a cool card. No, of course. Well, it shows the it doesn't really matter what size is their Twilight Revenant, because when you block, you make it invincible, and there's no life gain happening, and no one's dying. So it only matters if they remove yours. But you know, the one thing that is a bit sad about this card is that if they revert your your copycat trigger, then you're stuck with a 1/1. It's not too great. Not too great. But yeah, this card is powerful enough. The power is there, but it's highly contextual, so we'll see if we have the right context, but I think that the card is great. Birdocrat is a created card, so I'm not going to add it here. Let's go with Roid Butt. This card is okay. Like, it's not great, but you know, Roid Butt. Let's see, what do we do with this one? What do we do with this one? 1 cost, no threshold, no faction, artifact troop. It is a robot at common, a 1/1. So 1/1 for 1 is okay. We're not going to play that in most decks unless there's a good deck, but we'll see. So 1 shot, 1, gain a threshold of your choice. Now that's something. Like, this is a card with no threshold requirement that for 1 resource provide you the threshold that you need, but it is for 1 resource. So for 2 costs in installment, you're getting a 1/1 that may be insignificant for the most part, but enables you to get a threshold that you need. This is a way to ramp up thresholds as well, to be ahead on thresholds. For cards, say like Copycat, for instance, that could be played on turn 4 with this card, instead of turn 5 in a Mono Sapphire deck. You know, if... to get the threshold for Copycat. Yeah, that might be a thing, right? Key feature, I guess this is threshold fixing, and it is significant because we don't tend to have a ton of these, so it is important to note these. But for the most part, it's fairly insignificant. So this is going to be a D in my mind. Like, only play this in heavy threshold requirement decks. Like, you're going to this is significant high opportunity cost. Like, adding this into your deck is a high opportunity cost because you're introducing in your deck a very low impact card for 2 that only fixes your threshold. So what you want is have other synergies, like keep an eye on troop sacrifice effect to get mileage out of it. Keep an eye on artifact / robot synergies. Like, if you have artifacts and or robot synergies in your deck, if you have a lot of sacrifice effects, now this becomes a lot better because not only do you fix your threshold, but then you can get another use of the card, and we're closing to, you know, a card's worth of effect there. But for the most part, if you just play this for the threshold fixing, it feels like you're not getting a full card's of worth of value right there. So only play this in heavy threshold requirement decks or decks that can generate value of the remaining body. I guess that would be the best way to put this. Is this playable in constructed? No, not playable in constructed. Better ways to do the same thing. We've got better ways to do the same thing in constructed. We've got the devices. All of these are rotating out, so maybe we're stuck with that if that's the kind of effect that we want for constructed. But looking at it past constructed formats, there's very little use of these devices for the most part. So I'm not only my bread for this one constructed, but it's a cool card. Okay, so now we're in the past through. So let's see. Blood's Favor, I think we have. Blood's Favor, we have. Carver, we just did. Do we have the Knight in there? We don't have the Knight. Okay, so next one is a cool card. Let's do the Knight. 946, and we're cruising through the sporters. Things are going great. We may have times for other things as well. Okay. Crypt Curse Knight is a 2-cost 1 blood threshold necrotic warrior spirit. It is a troop at rare. It's a 2/1 and it reads Suckable Miner, 1-shot, and there's a 1-shot. When this deals combat damage to our champion, create a Crypt Curse Knight and put it into your hand. Alright, so this card is interesting. So 2-cost 1 blood threshold. This is an underworld troop. It is a necrotic warrior spirit. Rare. It's not unique. Okay, so 2/1. So 2/1 for 2 is okay. So Catable Miner, and it has 1-shot. When this deals combat damage to a champion, keep in mind, any champion, create a Crypt Curse Knight and put it into your hand. Never mind what just this is combat damage, it's just straight up damage. If it was straight up damage, there are ways to make this, you know, do damage to yourself so that you get a bunch of copies, but that's not how it works. So what do we do with this one? So decent stats for cost, so we're okay. 2-cost 2/1 is okay. It's not great, but it's okay. Best use with a gem that provides evasion. So in a Blood Diamond deck, for instance, you can give this one flight, and you attack with flight. And at on turn 3, you attack with flight. It creates a copy. It puts it into your hand, so you can play the copy. And on next turn, you attack with a copy, and you got an unlimited amount of these knights. So playing at 2 drops every turn and attacking with it every turn seems okay-ish with an evasive gem, but this is a weird card, because if you're playing, say you're playing Sapphire to get the evasion, because you're not going to get the evasion. The other way I see this is like on turn 2, you play it with speed and you get a trigger all right away. But as soon as you're in turn 3, this is likely not going to be able to go through opponent's defense. So besides the flight gem, maybe 3, the white gem of brown that gives 1 attack and crush could be okay. Like, you're going to lose it in combat, but you're going to get another one. Getting another copy of the card is a lot like card draw. So and the new ones get the random. Oh, that's true, right? It doesn't create a copy. It creates the same. It creates another version of the card. So after the first one, you're getting a random gem, and that's not that great. So there's not a ton to do with this card, to be honest. It's okay. Like, you're getting a copy of the card on your first combat damage, then that's great. For the most part, it's just a 2/2 for 2 with some amount of upside. But I don't think you're wasting a gem, like a diamond gem with flight on attack on this guy, because the second one you get doesn't have that. Well, will likely not have it. However, you still have the first one with flight. So in a sense, it's a... How good is a 2-cost 2/1 flight attacker? It's good. It's good enough for constructed, for the most part. Like 2-cost 2-attack flight attackers are good enough for constructed. This is a very good beating. If you play that on turn 2, your opponent will have to answer it because you're beating with it every turn, and that's okay. But that implies being in Blood Diamond. But it's still okay. Like, it does provide some amount of values, and it creates a card. And I think, you know, right now with the gems that we have, it's likely going to be played with diamond for the most part. You're not going to play that with other shards, I feel like. In Ruby, oh well, in Ruby it creates a Valor. That's good. Speed is okay. Swift Strike is okay for limited. Flight is good. +2 defense is decent as well. So Diamond works really well. Ruby works well. Blood, you need ways to improve its attack. But if you do, say you have Gorn, on turn 2 you put Gorn on this guy, and then it cannot be blocked. It's okay. Speed is okay, so that's great. Sapphire is not good. Like +1/+1/+1 when you play an action is not great. Generating Dreadlings doesn't really synergize well with its power. Why do we have Crush? And the other one is Steadfast Skyguard, which is not really good. So Ruby, Diamond, and Blood are okay with this card. So the fact that it is somewhat okay with Blood, because we do have the Gorn as a champion, so it's not going to be a chase card. I think I'm just going to put a C for limited. Decent stat for cost, best use with gem that provides evasion. So, if like generally just going to be a run of the mill 2-drop with some amount of upside in certain scenarios. So I think it's going to be a C+. Like we know we will have Gorn. So if you're playing Blood and you have Gorn, this card is great. Like on turn 2 you put it, on turn 3 you activate Gorn, you attack with it, you get another copy of the card. It will, if you're only playing Blood, it will have either speed or the same power, and you can snowball games with it. If not, it's just a 2-drop. Like with Diamond, there's a decent amount of gems and everything. So this is going to be playable and constructed. It's very flexible. Like the fact that it has a socket, like a minor socket, is very significant on a 2-drop with good stats. So there's going to be lots of use of this card. Flexible gem, and good value on a 2-drop that can provide enough flexibility, flexibility in deck building and reserves phases to be significant. Enables both Crusader and MC. which is great. So I think this is going to be played. It's a spirit, but for the most part, you know, Blood Diamond aggressive deck with this on turn 2 with flight, it is good. Like, you have a 2-cost flight hacker and you start picking them up and you have access to Diamond and Blood, you're going to have a lot of removal. And this card is just going to generate some amount of card advantage as well. There's a, you know, not a lot of very powerful things, high impact powerful things, but there's a lot of stuff. And if you're playing Blood Diamond, you know, in game 2, if you're playing a Ruby aggressive deck, you can just switch to +2 defense, and out of a sudden you have a 2/3 for 2 that has a relevant power, and that's great. It being flight is great. If you're playing a Blood Ruby aggressive deck, this could generate a Valor, this could be Swift Strike. Swift Strike against aggressive decks is perfectly fine as well. If you're playing Wild, I don't think you'll be playing this with Wild though. And the fact that it enables both Crusader and MC is very significant to me, because in Constructed you will definitely, if you're playing Blood, there's a big, you know, big pull towards playing a Crusader, and this is a good enabler for Crusader because it's in Blood, it's a necrotic, so it's an enabler for the necrotic shard, racial shard. It's an enabler for MC, and it's also an enabler for Crusaders. So if we see, you know, I don't think we have the cards right now to create an MC Crusader deck, but once we don't need that many more, you know, good, efficiently costed sucketed Blood cards to get there. And this is something to keep in mind for deck building. I love this card. I think this is going to be to be seeing play. And once we have gem rotation, it's going to be significant. We have a flight. We did have a flight gem, right? And the flight gem on this is going to be significant as well. So in Sapphire, in the bigger formats, a 2/1 flight troop is with some amount of upside and flexibility is enough. So I don't think the fact that it's a one-shot it holds it back. I think, you know, if you get a 2-drop with some amount of value attached to it that has evasion, it's good enough for Constructed. If it wouldn't be one-shot, it would be insane, because it would be more or less exponential, and you don't want exponential things in the game for the most part. So and yeah, every gem rotation, like with set 7, we're going to have gem rotation. Might not be as drastic as what we had, but we will have a gem rotation. And anytime we have gem rotation, this card, we need to look back at this card. Every time there's new gems in the game, this card becomes better. And it becomes, you know, just efficiently costed, sucketed cards will always be good. And to me, they'll always be Constructed playable. For their sheer, you know, flexibility and the options that it provides you in deck buildings are really, really great. So here we go. So yeah, that's the Crypt Curse Knight. I really love this card. I'm guessing that we're going to see this in Crusader decks for a long time as a 1 copy, but we'll see. I'm really pumped. By the way, I'm really pumped for Blood Diamond with this set for Constructed. Not only do we get the whale, we're getting some very, very good cards in there as well. So we're going to be a nice time to be Blood Diamond. Mind Rack Sorcerers, we did. Power and Pain, we did. Rotpa Gang, do we have Rotpa Gang? Rotpa, we don't have Rotpa Gang, so let's just do this one. Rotpa Gang. Alright, so here, let me just bring the card up. Okay. So what do we have? We have a 6-cost, 2-blood threshold troop. It is a Necrotic Warlock and a Shinner Warlock at rare. It is underworld, and it is a 6/6, and it reads sacrifice another troop, choose one. This gets flight or gets life drain. This is permanent, by the way. Basic, 2 blood threshold. Why this is in your crypt, sacrifice a troop, put this back into your hand. There's a lot going on here, so let's just try to dissect this real quick. So 2 blood threshold, this is an underworld troop. It is a necrotic, warlock, and Shin'er warlock. There could have been better ways to word this, but I'm just going to short this one out. Necrotic and Shin'er warlock. Okay. This is a rare, and it's not a unique. It's a 6/6 for 6, so stats are okay. Text, there's a lot of text. So sacrifice another troop, choose one. This gets flight, or this gets life drain. Life drain and flight on a 6/6 card is very good. The other line is basic, blood. While this is in your crypt, sacrifice a troop. Put this into your hand. This card is something. Like, we're doing a decent amount of stuff there. Why is this? Not sure why is this green, but huh. Okay, never mind. All right, so key features. There's a ton going on there. So decent stats for cost. So that's the first one. Cares about sacrificing troops. So what do we have? Can be evasive, can be life drain, or both. I mean, if you play this, and if it would be a 6/6 flight life drain troop for 6, you know, in limited, this is obviously a bomb. In constructed, not sure that would be enough. Can return from the crypt. This is very significant. This is where I think we're getting into the constructed realm right there. I don't think this is too slow for constructed with a control deck, and this is the kind of card that control decks really like. So we'll see. So limited, this is a bomb. Depending on the format, I just going to use A-. If you don't have sacrifice fodder, this card is medium. When you do, Dreadlings as an example, this becomes a bomb. Keep in mind that it keeps modifications. These are not until end of turn, so if you either give it flight or life drain and it dies, you bring it back and it still have life drain or flight. So this is something like the fact that it can recur is very significant as well. So constructed, playable. The fact that you can easily, without any resource cost, get it back from the crypt, means that controlled blood control control decks with father will likely play a copy of this card. This is just a fantastic card for control deck. Like if you have access to Dreadlings or small troops, like if you're playing Cottontail Explorers, you're playing Dreadlings, you're getting some small Shinners on the board. There's a lot of context where this card is good, because just sacrificing a troop to get it back from your end is great. Like if you're playing Shoku, for instance, on turn you play this on turn 6, it gets removed. On turn 7, you activate your champion power, create a small troop, sacrifice it, get it back into your hand, and replay it, because it is free. Like the basic activation is free, and it's not a one-shot. You can do it as much as you want. It works well with Zorat. It works well with a ton of stuff. I really love this card. I think this is a control card, and it's going. If you're playing the grinding game, this card is going to eat removal until your opponent has no more removal, and then you're going to win the game, because by that point it's likely going to have flight and or life drain, and if you get to attack only once with life drain with this card, it's going to be a pain to deal with. Of course, you're not going to get that much value if your opponent is playing void effects or transform effects. But the fact that if you're putting cards in your own crypt, the fact that you can draw this card with its power is fairly significant as well. If you're playing Sapphire Blood, for instance, you're going to be able to put things in your crypt. If you're playing Wild Blood, you're going to be able to put things in your crypt. And when you put this into your crypt, you can still draw it, and this is good. This is added value. I love this card. This card will be played in control decks. Now, will we have the kind of control decks that want this card? This is another question. But I feel like we're going to see this card played at some point. It's a bomb unlimited, and it's powerful enough and constructed, in my mind, for a grindy deck. Now, next turn is going to be an all-star in all format. That's not even close. Did I have Strangle? Nope. Alright. Alright. Let's see. Oops. So, Strangle. Now we're talking. 2 cost, 2 blood threshold, uncommon, quick action. Uncommon, quick action, and it reads very simple. Target troop gets -4/-4 this turn. This is just great. Like, this is unconditional. Well, not unconditional. Efficient removal. It is quick. I'm just going to write this down because people will misuse this at first for a decent amount. Not permanent. This is not permanent, but it is extremely good. This is a B unlimited. Well, it is still a it's still a high threshold requirement, so it's not all great, but it is very good, very good. Alright, so it really, Ghetto's Guess is great, but it works in a specific context as a way to win the game on one big swing. But maybe you run Ghetto Gas and one of the Rat Pack gang, and you work things out between these two. Like, you alternate your threats in a control deck. That might just be the way you use it. And Gallows Cast is not always going to be in the same format as Rot Pagging as well. So there's definitely things that can... I think there's going to be room for Rot Pagging to be in a control deck at some point. Alright, so Strangle, take it high. Likely going to be an all-star in any blood deck. And get as many copies as you can. It's going to kill 95% of the targets of the threats that you will face at quick action. Even if it's not killing the big thing, it can be used as a combat trick to reduce their bigger threats and trade it with your own troops without having your troops dying. And in that sense, it kills even bigger troops than 4/4 just because of the fact that it can act as a combat trick as well. So playable, will be a staple blood removal across formats. It's just it. Like it's just going to be a playable across formats, and that's it. That's just what it is. It's great. It's just efficiently costed quick action removal that does a -4/-4. What's not to love here? Is it better than Rotcast? It's a good question. How many troops with higher cost than 3 are going to face in constructed that have more than 4 defense? Not likely going to have a lot. However, it can target, troops like dragons that you make them 1/1s and then you can block and trade with them. That's great, right? Let's think about Rotcast doesn't deal with Mama Yeti, but this one, if you have a blocker, is going to deal with Mama Yeti. Like you're going to be able to block Mama Yeti as a 1/1 instead of as a 5/5, and that's significant. I think this does enough. Like it likely kills everything that Rotcast kills for the most part. Unless you have a 12/12 Might Singer, as Shosny mentions, but for the most part, I love this card. I love this card. -4/-4 is not a destroy effect, and it could be very relevant. It can kill invincible troop, and I cannot overstate this. It kills invincible troops. So, for instance, Lixil. It does kill Lixil. It does kill a few things that Rotcast doesn't kill. So, it's a good thing. Like if you want to play blood control deck, you create a mix of Strangle and Rotcast, and you're going to have a very, very good lineup for removal. However, you're not going to run that many because you have a Rowfall as well. But say you play a couple of Rowfalls, 1 or 2 Strangle, 1 or 2 Rotcasts. All of a sudden you have a very, very strong suit of removal there. You're going to deal with any early threats at quick action, and you're going to be able to deal with the big threats with Rowfall. That creates a very strong suit of removal for blood decks to work with. Also, if I'm not mistaken, Rotcast is Armies of Myth, so we still have it in standard, so that's great. But this is very efficient removal, and I can see this one being there for a long time. And it deals with invincible troop as well, so that's significant. Very cool card. Underworld Oppression. Do we have Oppression? We do. Web Spawn. We don't. Okay, so the next one would be Web Spawn. So let's just open the card real quick. Take a second there to look at the card. let's see. So, Wicked Web Spawn. So, Wicked Web Spawn is a 2-cost, 1 blood threshold, Venom Rogue. It is a troop at uncommon. It's a 2/2, 2-cost, 2/2 Venom Rogue. Uncommon, and it reads, when you scrounge, summon 2 Dreadlings. Now, this here, I really like. I really like. So, 2 costs, 1 blood threshold, Underworld, troop. It is a Venom Rogue, uncommon, 2/2. So 2/2 for 2. This is very good stats. When you scrounge, summon 2 Dreadlings. So, well, okay, so decent stats for cost. Look for scrounge synergies. That's a given. What do we like about this card? We like everything. Cards, and that's it. I mean, it's a very straightforward card, but it's a good card. In limited, I can see this being a C+. Like, decent 2-drop with added synergies if you have scrounge cards. I really love the card. The timing of this card is great. Like, you play a 1-drop, you play a 2-drop, and then at some point, if you have anything in your crypt and then you scrounge, you get 2 Dreadlings. That means that you have 2 more troops in your crypt, and you can kind of start setting a loop with this guy. This is a cool card. Death's Edge Rider with this is great. Paw of Yazukan is extremely good with that, right? Because Paw of Yazukan is 3, if I remember correctly. It's not 2, it's 3. Scrounge. Let's just look at Scrounge here. We've got Recluse, not that much, but Paw of Yazukan is Scrounge 3. So you're getting 2/3 of the cost right away. So you can chain Scrounge cards with this guy, so that's great. Steel Intel is Scrounge. That might be significant. Blamsmith is a good Scrounge. Pesky Pipit is 6, so it's not that great, but Death's Edge Rider with Scrounge 2 here is pretty good. Like, if you have a champion power that generates Dreadlings, for instance, you play this, you generate a Dreadling or 2, and then on 3rd turn, is that possible? Do we have? I mean, there has to be a way to enable Death's Edge Rider on turn 3. And if you play Wicked Spawn on turn 2, Death's Edge Rider on turn 3, Scrounge, make them sacrifice a troop, and then you get 2 Dreadlings, and you attack with these Dreadlings, and then they go into your crypt, and then you can play, right away you can play another Death's Edge Rider. Like, you can chain Death's Edge Riders with this card. That's strong. That's very, very strong. Even something like Hunting Cry. Scrounge 1, draw a card, lose 1 health. But, you can get Dreadlings back. Venomblade is a 3-cost. And we've not seen the last of Scrounge, right? We might see even better Scrounge cards. This, it's before. When you scrounge. So you summon 2 Dreadlings. So it will happen as you play the card. Because scrounge is part of additional cost to the card. So you will select your card, you will scrounge, you will play it with a scrounge, and then as it is on the chain, you will get your 2 Dreadlings. So if there's a scrounge quick action, which we have in Hunting Cry, that means that you can get Dreadlings at quick action. That might be significant as well. there's a decent amount of things that can. This is an enabler for strategy. I think this is playable and constructed. Like getting 2 free deadlings is significant. Not only this is 2 attackers with speed, like it on an empty board it's 2 additional damage. But the fact that it makes you able to play multiple scrounge, like change scrounge powers, and it is on curve as a 2-drop, is very, very good. This enables a scrounge deck archetype. I don't know if we will have the scrounge cards that are good enough yet with set 6, but with what we already have, we're close to being there. Like that's a chaining, that's a Rider and Power of Yazukan in a deck is very, very strong. I mean, your deck is going to do a good number of your opponent's deck. Like if you've got surprise Dreadling blockers is a good point. Yeah, like, you know, Hunting Cry. Hunting Cry is -1 troop in your crypt and +2 Dreadlings. So Hunting Cry scrounge with this guy on the board nets you +1 troop in your crypt. And it's at quick action. So I can see things shaping up. I'm not sure that we will have enough, but this is great. Like this card can get out of hand pretty quickly. But I really love if there's a way for us to have 2 troops in the crypt by, you know, your turn 1 you play Skittering Dark. Are we playing Skittering Dark and Constructed now? Like turn 1 Skittering Dark, turn 2 Web Spawn, turn 3 Dead Says Rider, make them sacrifice a troop, get 2 other Dreadlings. Use your champion power for something, attack for 4, and on the next turn you can play chain directly into Power of Yazukan. Does that work? We create 2 plus 2 minus 2, it's 2. We'd need a champion power that generate Dreadlings, like Shoku. But maybe we get a Shoku scrounge archetype. Skittering Darks and a bunch of scrounge cards. Because that's a Rider, if you can enable it consistently on 3, is fairly decent. And Power of Yazukan on 4, removing a card is a 2-for-1 that deals with anything. So yeah, I love this guy. I really love this guy. Need ways to fill the crypt with Dreadlings, but if you do, like Skittering Darks, Shoku, things of the sort, pretty decent there. This is, and the fact that it has good stat. I mean, this card, we've not seen the last of this card. Well, it's not even released yet. I know, but I love this card. This card has the potential of enabling an archetype. This is where I put this one. This is an archetype enabler. It's going to be okay in limited. Most of the time it's going to be a 2-2 for 2. Some amount of the time you will have scrounge and you'll be happy, but that's great. I mean, play this with a few Hunting Cries and all of a sudden you get surprise blockers. That's cool, right? You're losing health, but if you're saving health by creating Dreadlings to block, then you're drawing the cards for more or less free. Because you were losing the health anyway. So that could be a thing as well. And not to mention, if you have multiples on the board, then and you start scrounging, you're going to have a very significant board position. And maybe we get a scrounge 1 card for 1, something like that, where you play it just to enable the 2 Dreadlings. Because if you're spawning 2 Dreadlings once or twice during the game, this card has generated a decent amount of value right there. That could be a thing for sure. I love this card. Do we have Gaze? Gaze. Withering Gaze. We don't. Alright. Let's just open card real quick. So, Withering Gaze. 1 cost, 1 blood threshold. This is not a faction card. Basic action, no traits. This is an uncommon. And it read, look at target champion's hand. Choose a revealed non-resource, non-troop card and put it into your deck. Its threshold becomes blood. Yeah. Full cost action. 1 cost action is significant for many reasons. Reveals opponent's hand. Only deals with actions, constants, and artifact. So where do we sit on that one? I don't think this is something you'll be playing in limited. This is a D. Reserves card versus decks with high amount of non-troop threats / removal. But you usually don't start with this in your deck because there's a very high chance that it's not going to hit in limited, so not that great. These effects are playable and constructed. Likely a reserves card, but will be significant when you play it early in the game. Like these cards, you don't want to get them late game, but they do give you a lot of value early game. Just getting, on first turn, getting to know your opponent hand is significant. You're removing their cards, so it's better than making them discard because you're not fitting their crypt. However, you're putting the card into your deck, and it's likely not going to work with what your deck is going to want to be doing. So in a sense, it puts a bad draw into your deck. But it's 1 card at random into your deck, so you're very unlikely to draw it anyway. So it's very close to just removing the card from the game, so to speak. And it's good. I think this is going to be played. There's a very strong history in other TCGs where these effects are very, very strong in bigger formats where where there's a lot more, the average quality of the early actions that people will play is significant, and the games are way faster, and the threats are very diverse. Control decks need these effects in bigger formats to know what's going on, and act accordingly. So this is going to be played, but it's not going to make a big splash. People are not going to go crazy because of that card in the format, for instance. But it is perfectly playable. Hunger. Do we have Hunger in here? We don't. All right. Another one. Xen Tots Hunger. Alright, so what do we do with this one? That's another card that I really like for the control decks with Dreadlings. We're getting there, like I feel like the Dreadlings are going to be a resource, a very, very good resource in the game. 3 costs, 1 blood threshold, quick action. It is a common, mind you. And it reads, as an additional cost to play this, sacrifice a troop gain 4 health, and draw 2 cards. So, Oracle Song on quick, and you gain 4 health at the cost of sacrificing a troop. This is going to be great. This is going to be a lot of the time. Draw 2 and gain 4 at quick without too much of a downside. Yeah, Withering Touch doesn't provide you full information. The Withering Gaze does. And that's very good. That's what I meant. Like, being able to look at their whole hand is very, very good in a control shell. So you don't always want to start with these kind of effect main deck. It really depends on the meta you're expecting, but for the most part, this is a cool reserve cards. And control decks that plays this card on turn 1 are setting up for success. Let's just say it like that. So key features. This is quick. Draws card and gain health. Draw cards and gain health at quick is already pretty darn good. Cares about well, needs something to sacrifice. Now, if you have a champion power that can generate a small troop, that's perfect. That means that you'll be able to play this. Man, the art of this one is great, but it's very gruesome as well. So it's it's not an easy one to look at. This card is great. It's a Death Cry enabler. It's a Crypt enabler. It gains health. It draws you card. It's quick. In limited, it's a bit worse because usually when your troop dies, they're trading, and you don't want to. Do you want to trade one of your blockers for gaining 4 health and drawing 2 cards? Most of the time, I feel it's going to be enough, right? Your opponent attacks, you block. Instead of killing their troop, you gain 4 health and draw 2 cards, and on the next turn you can do something about it, like play a bigger, better troop. If your opponent points a removal at your troop, then you're just straight up drawing 2 cards out of the exchange. You're trading your troop for 2 cards and 4 health, which would, and you're gaining some tempo out of it. Like, this is a cool card. At common is great. I think you're going to run. Yeah, I'm going to put this at C. There's not a lot of scenario in limited where this is not going to be enough, right? Sacrificing a card, a troop, at quick is okay. Like, every time they're going to point something in your troop, you're going to be able to do that. You might have troops that recur. You might have troop generation with dreadlings and things of the sort that will lower the cost of this card significantly as well with your champion power. And it's just like in combat, right? You attack, see if they block or not. If they block, instead of playing a combat trick, you just sacrifice your attacker, draw 2 cards, and you know, do something about it. It's a Witcher cycle, you know, useless troops, and that's very significant. This common, I think is going to have a place in a lot of decks in limited. So you will likely want to play the first one in most Pure Blood decks. It's quick. The fact that it's quick is so nice, and you're getting 4 health and drawing 2 cards. You might even play multiples, like if you have ways to generate additional troops, you may want to play multiple. Like, If there's a way to enable a control archetype in limited, this would be one of the ways to do it. We already seen one very good uncommon removal for blood. There's likely going to be common removal as well. We know that we're going to be able to create dreadlings, if not just with champion powers. This is great. Like, this is going to be a staple in blood decks unlimited. I feel like you don't need to work that much. Like trading opponent attacks with their 2-drop, and you have a 2-drop, and they force a trade, and you just sacrifice your own 2-drop, draw 2 cards, gain 4 health, and you're ahead, right? Because the cards that you're drawing, you're likely going to draw shards to play your 3 or 4 drops. And if not, you're going to draw another 2-drop and play it to block next turn, but in the meantime, you just drawn 2 cards and gain health in the process. So that's something, I feel that's value right there. You're not going to want multiple that much though, but it's great. Is it constructed playable? This is a weird conundrum, because sacrificing a troop is significant, right? In constructed, you will want to do this on your opponent's turn most of the time, since it's quick. However, you're not going to be able to rely on champion power to generate troops for that, unless you're playing Money Cashin, for instance. But for the most part, it's going to be hard to rely on champion power for troops to feed this. So we're looking at using our normal troops for this. And if we do, what do we sacrifice? We sacrifice one of your senseis, we sacrifice Cottontail Explorers, we might even just sacrifice a troop with Death Cry. I guess we could say Death Cry Enabler. What do we... I feel like, you know, just for the fact that we played Oracle Sons in control decks in the past, this is 3 cost, draw 2 cards and gain some health. Yes, there's a cost, but if we think that we're going to be using this as a basic action instead of a quick action, all of a sudden, this is Oracle Sun with upside if you have a champion power to enable it. And again, looping back to Shoku or Zorat or you know, champions like that, Money Cashin, cards that leaves bodies behind, like Ardent Crusaders as well in Diamond, which could be a thing in Blood Diamond. We have Spiritbound Spy, that could be a great target for this card. So I think in Constructed is going to be played. I think this is playable in Constructed. There is a significant setup cost to it, but it will slot in very well in Dreadling / Shin Air decks. Well, you know what? In Underworld decks in general. Underworld has the Dreadling creation. It has the Spiritbound Spies. The things that come back from the crypt. I think this is going to be decent. This is a cool card. And also in Constructed, there's a lot more removal going around. And if we're using this to sacrifice a troop that is targeted by removal, to why you lose your troop, draw 2 cards and gain 4 health, is very good. I can already see, you know, you playing a Underworld Crusader, and then on the next turn they try to kill it, and not only you get a Death Cry trigger from the Crusader drawing 2 cards, you're drawing 2 additional cards, and you're gaining 4 health, so you gain 2 health in the process. Obviously, this is best case scenario here, but this is great. Being able to transform your opponent's removal into card draw on your side, quick draw for 2 and gain 4 health is going to be a thing. What it find I use in Blood decks certainly is all what decks I play Harvest Moon versus aggro. It's hard to be playing this card against aggro because you're losing your troop. And if you're blocking their threats, you'd rather be trading than just losing your threat and draining 4 and drawing 2. So I'm not quite sure that this is the card you want to be playing against aggro, but it's a good card in mid. It feels like an okay card in mid range. It feels like a good card in control if you have the fodder for it. But that's a very interesting card, and it's a common. It could have been an uncommon, I think. Rectory. We don't have it yet. All right, so. Next one, Zorat's Rectory. This is a lair. Excellent. Alright, so 2 costs, 1 blood threshold. This is a constant. And it does have a type, a trait. This is a lair. It is rare. It is not unique. It is socket table major, not minor, major. It has basic 3 summon a dreadling. It gets all socketed powers of this. Okay, whoops, this is not what I wanted to do. This cards feel okay, right? So what do we do with this card? It is flexible. Wait, like this. What do we? It feels like ground skiff, but a lot worse. There are gems that provides you an effect when you play cards, like the major gem of Conjuration. Is that the name? The major wild that creates a troop when you play the card. Is that what it's named? Let's see. Yeah, major wild orb of Conjuration is a deploy. Random troop with cost equal to less to this card's cost. So it's not that great though. You play this, you create a random troop, a random 2-drop, put it into your hand, and for 3 costs you create a dreadling that creates a random 1-drop and put it into your hand. Ramping dreadlings seems to be better, but it's still 3 cost ramp with a dreadling. 3 costs to summon a dreadling, it's very bad. It's not what you want to be doing. You need to be gaining some great synergies going on for this to be good. What I'd say is that if this replaces itself, right? If when you play this, it creates a white troop and put it a random 2-drops and put it into 1 or 2 drops, put it into your hand. Okay. What's the text on the Conjuration gem again? It's create a random troop with cost equal or less than this card's cost that you meet the threshold requirement for. Okay. Well, that works. Major deploy effect. We don't have much. It could create a Valor though. Oh, I love that. Oh, with Valor is great. Like, you play this, you create a Valor, and then for 3 you create a Dreadling and a Valor. Well, it's not that great, but it's something. I don't see this a control win con as much as Groundskiff, because creating a Dreadling is very, very underwhelming. It's underwhelming to say the least. If you put a major Blood Orb of Sacrifice, you could create 4/4 Dreadlings that dies at the end of the turn, assuming that you have other things to sacrifice. Maybe? You could create Dreadlings that have one shot that creates 2 Dreadlings, just too convoluted. What do we do with this? Every 3 Dreadlings you get to create another Dreadling. That is an insane amount of resources. But I guess that works-ish. Because you're not playing this on 2 and then on turn 3 activating it. Like, let's not kid ourselves. You're not playing turn 2 Zora's Rectory and then playing turn 3 activate the Rectory to create a Dreadling. Whatever gems we have. If it's ramp and your opponent is not doing anything, maybe. But not only my breads on the ramping here. This could... Oh, I think I found it. Let's say we play Major... What's the name? Major Sapphire of Sorcery. It reads, create a random action with cost equal or less to that card's cost. You meet a threshold requirement to play and put into your hand. There's not a whole lot of one cost actions in Blood and Sapphire. And these are usually okay. Huh. I love that plan though. Let's see. Blood, Sapphire. And we want actions. Basic and quick actions. At cost 1. Because 1 or 0. And we're in PvP. Wow, there's a bunch. Yeah, there's too many. That doesn't seem great. Where do we go? Arcane Focus is okay. Crowning Madness is not a great. Hours of War, I'm not sure if it could create Subterfuge. Curse of Oblivion is not nice. Gambit, a Dreadling into your deck, I guess. Transmogrifate, Touch, Misery, maybe if you have the Threshold, Chill. Brood Bounty, Frostbite, Glyph of Hatred, Call of Grave, Decay. There's a decent amount of removal in there. In Sapphire we have Focus, Remaging, Mind Call. It's not that great though, but it's something. For 3 cost though. Horrors of War with discard with Rem is gross. It's gross if you manage to somehow survive while activating this card every turn. You need to activate this card a bunch for the ramping to be significant. I'm still not seeing ramp on this card. Like for 3 costs, if you want to ramp, you play Hierophant in these kind of combination. You play Hierophant with speed and ramp. And that would be much better than this. Because you don't have to invest resources anymore to ramp. And that's a big thing. Like, the first attack you get value, the second one, you're very far ahead with the resources. So, I'm down on this card overall. It's flexible. high activation cost. And maybe we just don't have the gems. In limited, I'm not playing this card. Am I? You know what? In limited, it might be C minus because it does create. I'll just put it at a D. Like, don't include this in your deck unless you are playing Wild or Sapphire for the Conjuration gems. This is how I feel about this card. No, that's not that. No, that's not true. It can create batters. Like, yeah, this might be a C minus. So let's just change that. Only play this when you have access to a gem that creates a card. How does that sound? Like, Major Diamond of Arden, Major Blood of Underworld, it's 3 costs and you buff all your troops. Oh, I love that. I love that. Okay, so we're getting there. We're getting there. So I guess Diamond is okay, Ruby is okay, Sapphire is okay. Okay, so all shards have something. Like, only play this if the gem slot provides you with good synergy for your other cards. Like if you have a lot of Ardent troops, this is okay. Generating a Valor for 3 and getting a Dreadling seems to be a good enough bargain in limited. Yeah, I can see this being playable in most decks. Let's just see. In constructed, what do you go in constructed with that? I'm not sure. I'm trying to find lines in constructed, like in very long, drawn-out games for control decks, and you use this as a way to win the game. I really feel that we have other better options for that though than a 2-cost constant. Like, you need to have you need to have more than just that, like additional synergies. Like if you're generating a Dreadling and an action, if your deck cares about both, playing 3 to get both is significant. It's still like infinite resources Dreadling with con. Yeah, that works, right? As soon as you have 6, you can create 2 Dreadlings and run for 2. And then the next turn, you're doing 3 a turn. And the next turn, 4 and then 5. Like, as soon as you have 9 resources, this kind of... Oh, but you're attacking with 2 Dreadlings. Like, what are you doing? Who are you killing with these Dreadlings? If they have 1/2s, like 2 or 3 1/2s, you're not going to kill them. It's going to take you a million years to kill someone with that. That's not a way to kill someone. That doesn't work. You can't just play anything that is better. I'm going to go with non-playable for now. I don't see it. I just don't see it. There are just better options. Maybe necessary evil to enable MC, and that's the thing. If you're playing blood and you're playing an MC deck, you'll want to enable MC, and maybe that's a one-off card in your deck to enable MC and get some amount of late game value. Can confirm, that's certainly why I like playing control. It's about sending a message. Well, if you want to send a message with this and ramp, you're certainly going to send it, but this is not a good way to win a game. It's not an efficient way to do a game. It's not to win a game. It's just not great. It's a cool card. It has flexibility. It's 2 cost. With a creation gem, it can create some nice, you know, card advantage over a long time. You know, if you're going to win a game with this, I wouldn't run the Rampant Dreadlings. I would just run, like, create a random troop or create an action. And at some point, you're going to get draw actions, removals, and you're going to have a big crypt with a lot of Dreadlings. If you're playing Scrounge, maybe, but 3 costs is a lot. Like it's a very significant cost. You need to be sitting at 7-8 resources where you can just create a Dreadling and do something with it. So not that great. I guess if you have 6 resources with the sacrifice gem on it, you can create a 4/4 Dreadlings every turn for 6. That doesn't sound like a good plan, but that's a plan. All right, so we're close to 11. We did a lot of cards today, and we're talking about a lot of cards. We're 15, cause I'll need to stream a lot more if I want to keep up with all these spoilers. Oh, okay. What do we do next? It's already 11. Do we go with a diamond? I guess... yeah, this is a lot of card. So, I still likely have another hour of streaming. What do you guys want? Do we continue with the cards? Do we play... limited/constructed? Do you want to do deck building, PV? What would you guys want to watch? I got about another hour in me right now, because I'm just starving to death at this point. Acolyte is providing you with a lot of value outside of 3 cost created Dreadling, and that's very, very significant there. Fellowship, we don't have it. Have you tried Bellow of Brigand and Potentio deck? I did not. Do you have a list? Was new card spoiled today? I'm not sure. Maybe since I started the stream, let me just look at the Twitter feed for now. Where do we go? I don't think so. I don't see any here. No, I don't see a new sport card for today. There may be later today, but not yet. Not yet. Thinking about it, could be fun. Induce, second matter decks, probably still new. I know that could be good. So, Lorenzo broke spoiler season. The card that interests me the most in this set is MC. I want to play this card. I really want to find a way to play this card. It's super strong. Super strong. So, you know what? Let's try to build an MC deck. Let's switch things around a bit. So, how do we do this? Wait a minute. Delete. Okay. We're going to use the public notes for now. I don't think anyone is using them anyway. So, let's just try to build an MC deck. So, we want MC. Did we? I don't even have MC in the list. Okay. Let's do that then. Because this card is so nice. MC Etcher of Nilzan. Alright, so this is a 2-cost, no threshold, no faction, artifact troop, which is a construct. It is a rare, and it is 2 defense, 2 attack. So 2 cost, 2/2, that's okay. That's great. We've got something to work with. You start by adding Suckable Major. Now we're definitely talking about something that is playable and constructed. Deck building. Okay. You can include this in your deck only if it contains at least 10 different named socketable cards. It also has diligence. Put a random socketed card from your deck into your hand. There's a lot going on here, and it's all pretty nice. So diligence is when it readies, you get to it triggers when it readies. So the first thing is that we want this card. Blech. Doesn't have the same number of commons? Alright, we'll just use MC here. And we want MC in the deck, right? So oh, okay, I know. There's the set here. Let's just delete that. So here we've got MC, and that works. Okay. So it's unique. It is unique. So what do we do with that? It feels like Dread Technomancer MC Warp Steel Widget. Feels like a lot of work. Ripple, Chlorophyll, Canal, Runier, Bit of Brain, Whips. Okay, so that's for the Portentio. I'll look into it for sure. So we'd like a way to trigger Diligence. That is, so we want to make this able to enter combat without dying. That's the first imperative with the gem. So what gems are we looking at? +2 defense will work. Sacrifice +3 would work. We've got Flight on Attack will work. What else? Swift Strike feels like it's not enough. Speed maybe. Speed doesn't feel like what gems would reliably make this enter combat and not die? I feel like for the most part intimidation, if we have ways to improve its attack, maybe. But diamond seems to be a very, very good pick for this living, for the most part. Crush, Skyguard, and Wild it's not that great. Sapphire not that great. Ruby, Swift Strike, and Valor maybe? I guess Valor works. And we have the Sacrifice and Blood. Okay, but we need one of these. Flight on Attack, Sacrifice, Valor. And well, it's ways to trigger Diligence and draw a card. I don't know what you're talking about. Yeah, we might be playing Sapphire, right? Sapphire seems to have a lot of Mobilize. So if you're using Mobilize on this card, it's great. But you know how Crusaders shape the meta as a very efficient troop, like high stats for cost, and then it just has additional upsides, and you build your deck around, and it's so good that you can build your deck around. The main thought I have with MC is to use it with Shoku and the Sacrifice Gem. That would be my first instinct, so that MC would be a 5/5 on turn 2. Now, if it's a 5/5 on turn 2, it will win combat. And that means we're playing Blood and Wild. Wild has a decent amount of sucketed cards. That works. So let's say we go with Shoku. Let's try this. Let's try this. We go with Shoku. We need 10 sucketable card. I don't think there's any way for us right now to include Crusaders in there, but we'll see. Let's just look at wild cards with a socket, and let's say that we're building for standard, so we're not going to include set 1 and set 2 cards in the mix. We're going to go with Charless, Wild, and Blood, including prismatic cards, and we want Sucket. Well, Dark Art of Nilzan as a one-off doesn't feel too bad when you're playing MCs, right? So we've got Dark Art of Nilzan. Likely playing one Animus. That's an okay card. I don't think we want to play many, but I think playing one Animus is okay. When you have Icon of sucketed cards and you know, drawing an Animus for turn 4/5, we can, I don't know what kind of sucket we put in it, but it's major. And when you play a sucketed card, all your sucketed card troops in all zones get +1/+1. So I guess we're playing one. What else? Where do we go from there? Animus, Ghetto, Mad Rebel, Grand Skiff. 10 different sucketed card, and yeah, 10 different sucketed card and Underworld Troop is a big ask. Let's go with a good card first. So we're definitely playing Hierophant, right? There's no rune here. Hierophant. That works. So we've got a card here. Let me just transition this. No, okay. So Hierophant works. We've got 4. That makes sense. That are powerful enough to be played on their own. We're playing Shoku, and we're playing sucketed cards, so we're going to include. Let me just open the 5 shard spoilers here. We're going to build Aspect of the Squirrel for sure. Like, this is a decent sucketed card for a deck. Yeah, I like that. That is a cool card to add. Like, yeah, that works. We're going to play Dreadlings. We want sucketed cards. This works. So, Aspect of the Squirrel. Now we're at 5. We've got Parker Cap. 2 cost 2/1 with a minor. Do we play that? What kind of minor is this? I don't see this being good. Like with speed? No. Okay, so this guy here we're not playing. In Blood we have the Soat Victory. I'd rather not play this. I'd rather not play Power and Pain. Our Crypt Curse Knight I think is going to be good enough. Let's try a one-off, right? Crypt, Curse, Knight. We're at 6 right now, and in these 6 we've got this is Underworld, this is we only have 2 Underworld, so we don't have a lot of overlap. Back to the cards. I'd love to play Crusader, I really do, but I don't think we can. Corruptor and Pipit seems like good random 3-drops that we could play that have a significant effect on the board. Diamond Splash for Crusader. 2 shards have been enough for so many seconds. That's a big question. But let's solve that question once we have the cards that we want to play with sockets. I think we're going to go with Pesky Pipit and Nefarious Corruptor next. So Pesky Pipit, Nefarious Corruptor. There's no, so this is 3 cost, 3 cost, 2 cost, 3 cost, 3, 4, 5, 2. Okay, we're getting there. This is major. Pesky Pipit is minor, right? Minor, okay. So this is minor socket. This is major. This is minor. Minor. Runier Yerfend is major plus minor. Animus is major. There's a lot of major sockets, so we should be okay. Major plus minor. Keep in mind we're not running 4 copies of each, right? So, and this is major, so I have access to a lot of major sockets. So where are we? Right there. We're at 8. We still need 2. Yeah, we still need 2. For the most part, these are troops, right? Troops. This is an action. That is, how about a 0-3 second discount guy? Altar, sweet card draw. Altar doesn't have a socket though. We have Dreadlings. I think 1 Gallows Cast is okay if we're going to go in the higher costed card. Gallows Cast seems to be fine in here, so Gallows Cast makes sense. So we just need 1 more. This is 6 though. 1 more socketed card, and it's a troop. It's not a. This is major plus minor. I'd love to play Crusader. If we ever have enough overlap between Crusader and MC to have both in the same deck, I predict that this is going to be a top tier deck. The card, the power of cards is going to be insane. We can't play Majesty. That would be a nice one. Do we play? Maybe we play 1 Ground Skiff. I think that is, you know, in long drawn out games, this is a way to get some things going, like Ground Gift. 4 cost. This is a constant with a major. It wasn't major. This is major, right? Major second. Okay. I think that works. Alright, so playing Crusader would be extremely tough. Like, if we want to push this towards Crusader, we can use Recluse as another overlap. So we have 3 Underworld overlap. If we want to play 3 shards, we can get, if we're adding Ruby, We can get 1 plus 2 more overlaps, so we'd be at 5 overlaps in Ruby, with Ruby, Wild, and Blood. 5 overlaps between the two means that, assuming you're playing 4 copies of Crusaders and 4 of MC, we're at 8 cards, and then we need 5 more for the overlaps, so we're at 13 cards, and then we need 5 more of each, so we're already at 23 troops with a bunch of one-offs, like 23 troops with 15 one-offs troop. That doesn't seem very good. Yeah, it would be nice to board gift out against aggro though. Seconded card replacement on sideboard. Yeah, well, let's try to have a main deck that does make sense before we think about the reserves. Okay, so this would be our package. What gems do we put in? So let's try to. Whoa. So here we're going to go with. This is going to be sacrifice, and we're going to put. Let's just use rarity here. This is 4 copies, and so far we get 1 of each of these. Like, and now we're playing a 5/5. We're playing a 5/5 MC on turn 2. This is what we're doing. I'm not sure. I'm not sure. So we've got. We now have what 13 cards in our deck, and we've got MC. God, I wish we could make the Crusader work. Okay, let's just try to be silly for a second there. We can replace one of the cards with Crusader, Underworld, Crusader, and this is Underworld. And if we want to make Underworld Crusader work, we're going to switch one of these for Swamp, Water, Recluse. This is Underworld with a socket, so we can remove 2 of these troops. And now we have 4 overlap. That means we need, like this would be 4 Crusaders, 1 Recluse, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And we'd be looking at 22 cards. Let's try to go crazy. Let's try to make this work. Like Crusader. Let's try to go crazy here. We're going to copy this. And what do we remove from the list? I think we're going to remove Corruptors for Crusader. Pesky Pipit for Crusader, and Recluse for Corruptor. I really think Corruptor is strong. Animus of Nozan. Let's just replace Animus for Swamp Water, Recluse, and Crusader here. So we've got, right now we've got 10 Suggable cards. We've got 4 MC and 4 Crusaders. We need 6 Underworld troops. So, okay, so let's just go with Underworld and go with, let's just remove the Champion and Mercenaries. Where do we go from there? So, 3, 4-3 scrunch destroy card. Yeah, Paw of Yazukan is going to be there for sure. Paw of Yazukan. We may want to run more than one, but let's just stick with one right now. This is on the wall. And let's just go with one. So we're missing 5 more Underworld troops. Exarch Carve the Egg seems like a nice card. Exarch of the Egg. This is a 2-cost Underworld troop. Alright, we're looking at 6 right now. Oh wait, Hierophant we're playing 4, right? That's just a thing we'll be doing. Okay, so we'll figure out seconds later. We're at 21 cards right there. We're still missing 4 Underworld troops. Let's look at the new troops. What do we have? We have Recruiter here as an Underworld troop. There's a Diligent trigger. It's a 3/3 for 3. I don't think so. Blood. What do you have for Underworld troop? There we have Wicked Web Spawn, but we're not going to scrunch that much. I feel. Rotpa Gang may be something because of the fact that we're generating Dreadlings, and that's a good curve topper. We're already playing this guy. Mind Rack Sorcerer with lethal doesn't seem like a bad idea, to be honest. It's another lethal card. Yeah, I love that. Let's try it. Mind Rack Sorcerer. It's a very good defensive troop, and it has a Diligence trigger. It's an Underworld. I think we can do worse than that. Lackey into... Oh, Lackey is a good point. If we're going to play Sacrifice MC, Lackey is a very, very good point. So, what's the name? Lackey. It's, just go by cost here. Naive Lackey works great. Naive... It's a Y or an I? It's a Naive Lackey. 1 cost. This is an Underworld. That actually fits nicely into the deck. So we're at 8 Underworlds right now. All right, 8 Underworld. We've got Lackey. That works. Cottontail Explorer. It's just a solid card, right? It's a solid 2-drop. Cottontail Explorer. Is that one word? Cottontail Explorer. It's one word. We could play Acolyte of Shoku as well. Or a Dead Sets Rider. I kind of love the one of Dead Sets Rider, but Cottontail Explorer 2. Underworld. We're missing one. Let's say Acolyte of Shoku. Do we want to ramp? I'm not sure that we want to ramp though. Do we go with Dread Driver? Dead says Rider? With Shoku, we should be able, and Shoku and MC enabling the Dead Says Rider, we should be okay to play one. Oh, you know what? We don't have a Yazukan in our deck right now. Straight up Yazukan. We could be... No, we can't be playing Blackheart, but we can be playing Yazukan. Where's Yazukan? 5 there. Yazukan is there. Well, yeah, we're playing Yazukan for sure. Like... Yazukan. Alright, this is 6 cost. Yeah, Yazukan is 6. Okay, so 6 cost. And this is an Underworld troop. And that would wrap up the deck. So where are we? What are we looking at number of cards right now? We are at 25 cards. Pain for curve. There's always Fentio. Well, I guess right now we're sitting at 25 cards right now. Let's just, you know what? Let's just delete that. Some of all the things. So 25 cards here. It's not too bad, right? What are the one-offs that we're running? One-off, I think one-off, okay, so this is the main, this is what we're doing with the deck. So imagine a deck where you've got turn 3, you're either getting a Hierophant or a Crusader, and some amount of the time, turn 3 or turn 2, you're playing MC as a 5/5. That's a lot of power early game. That's a ton of power early game. That's super strong. Like we have very, very strong cards. The question is, does our one-offs makes us do something great here? So I think Expect of the Squirrel has enough power as a one-off to be okay. So this one is okay. Swampwater Recluse is not that great though. This one would be bad. Like, I would rather play another card than this card, but it is hitting both. So we might be switching it, but for the most part, Dark Heart is perfectly fine in power level, so this is okay as a one-off. Crypt Curse Knight, it's a 2-drop, fills the curve. It's not that intense, but it's okay. I mean, it's a 2/1 for 2 that has some amount of upside, and we don't have great gems for it though, but we could be doing worse. It's a major gem. It could be just creating another 2-drop. We could play Animus, but that's what I'm trying to see here. Nefarious Corruptor at 3, I feel like it's good enough. It's a major socket. We can find something great with it, and it's going to generate card advantage, and it generates damage to the opponent. I think we're okay with this one. Gallows Cast is very high. I'm not sure about Gallows Cast. Ground Skiff as well. So we could switch Ground Skiff for Animus. Animus of Nozen. But I do like Ground Skiff as a value because we're generating a lot of value, right? Because the Crusader is generating value. MC is generating value. Runir Hierophant, not so much, but we've got Dark Heart, we've got Aspect of the Squirrel, Cryptors, Nice, Corruptors are all generating something more than just a card. I really love that. I think Ground Skiff makes for a very good, you know, it fits in the lists right now. Gallows Cast, I'm not sure because it's a very high cost and it's not even an underworld troop. Oh, Crypt Curse is minor, yeah. Minor. Alright, so... But we're getting there. I mean, 4 Crusaders, 4 MC, and 4 Runir is going to be so powerful. Like, early in the game, you're going to put a significant threat every single game. And the games where you go turn 2, 5/5 MC into turn 3 Crusader, imagine that. Like, what is your opponent doing? You better be ready for that, because you have a 5/5 and a 4/4 by turn 3 on the board. Just crazy. Okay, so we seem to get there with the second card. Pavyazukan, we might just want more, to be honest, but this is certainly legit. Lethal on a blocker is legit. I think lethal on a 3-drop is still pretty legit with the meta that will... like. And it does makes them discard card a certain percentage of the time. So I think it would pull its weight. Naive Lackey, I'm not sure. Cottontail Explorer is more or less always fine. Yazukan has the power level to win games on its own, so that's perfectly fine as well. So the cards that I'm not happy in the list right now as a one-off is Gallows Cast and Naive Lackey. Playing Shoku, we will have a decent amount of troops in the crypt. But only one... okay, so what's the text on Gallows Cast? Just want sure I'm not missing anything. Oh, it's not an underworld, so it's not in this section for sure. So, guest. When a trip dies, if this is in your hand, gets +1/+1. It's 4/4. It could be speed, assuming we don't use it. So the thing is that we're playing 4 copies of MC with sacrifice. So sacrifice is off the table. Crusaders are likely going to be what's the name of that gem? The Wild Orb of Vigil. That would make sense. Okay, so we put Vigil in there. Vigil in there. Now the question becomes, what do we put in Hierophant? We don't have Sacrifice, we don't have Vigil. What do we put in? Well, that's what we try. That's what we're trying to figure out right now. We're going for the Crusader MC deck, and Vigil is out, Sacrifice is out. What do we use with Hierophant? What do we use with Hierophant? We've got the Underworld Gem. We've got, as a major, we've got the Create a Random Troop Gem. We've got the Ramp Gem. Speed Underworld seems like a good combination. We lose speed with other troops, but Hierophant with speed and Underworld is a 3/3 attacker for 3 with lethal. That's a good hit in the face, right? I guess that would work. At least it pumps it himself. Speed Underworld. Let's try Speed Underworld in there. So Speed and Underworld. Alright, so Sacrifice is out. We can't use it anymore. So this one is max. So let's just put it in blue for now. These are maxed. These are maxed. I like speed on the world because most of the underworld, like we've got 1 drop, 2 drop, 2 drop here, 2 drop here as well. It is the Crypt Curse Nice is an underworld. Like there's a. I wish we would switch Recluse for something else, and we might do it to add 1 more underworld troop in the list and just run 1 more Seconded card, but we'll see. So right now we're max on these cards. We need so Major Socket Grand Skiff. I think is going to be Wild Conjuration. Wild Conjuration. That feels like something we want to do with Ground's Gift. Not having speed for Gallows Gas is not that great. I really think I want to switch Gallows Gas as a Sagat troop, Sagat card. Let's just play Animus there. Animus of Nilzan. It's a 4 cost, it doesn't have a threshold, it has a major socket. I think it's better. Let's try to see if we can figure this out. So, what do we put in Dark Hall of Nilzan? We don't have Sacrifice, we don't have Speed, we don't have Underworld, and we don't have Vigil. We're left with Ramping as a major gem, and we're left with no Underworld major gem. So this would be ramping when it attacks, or 2 miners. 2 miners would be, we could give it crush, like +1 attack and crush, and actually that could work. We could put intimidation and brown, like +1 attack and crush with intimidation makes it a very hard troop to block, and it's removing blockers. Oh, conjuration is not max. It's only in 1 card. Conjuration. I think I like intimidation and brown. Like, you can just start ramping up damage with this guy, and he's removing their troops. Recluse is major. By turn 3, we may have 2 troops in the crypt, maybe 3. It's not that great though. I don't say major that I want on a 3 cost 3/3. That feels great. I'd rather play something else. So, do we play Recluse or not? That's a big question. Late game, it could be a decently big troop. Ramping is not that great here either. I guess Wild Creation. In this configuration, would you guys play? Oh, let's keep Recluse here, and we're going to go with. Since it is a troop that scales, we could go with Intimidation. Just because I could see Intimidation and Underworld on the Hierophant instead, but 3/3/4/3 with speed and lethal seems okay. Pesky Pipit plus Emperor's Lackey. Emperor's Lackey, which one it is? Oh, that's the 4/4 that you sacrifice a troop to make. Oh, I love that. I love that plan. Pesky Pipit is too wild though. Well, threshold wise, we're looking at 1 wild, 1 wild, 1 wild, 1 blood, 1 blood, 1 blood, nothing, 1 blood, blood wild, blood, 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 wild, blood wild. So we're not really heavy on thresholds right now. That could definitely work. So we've got 2 intimidation right now, 1 brown. That is okay. So aspect of the squirrel. That's a good question. Why do we put an aspect of the squirrel with the minor gem? We put brown, like +3/+3 and crush. That could be great. Or intimidation would be even better, right? We create a non-blockable threat. Yeah, I think this is intimidation. Intimidation. Like give +3/+3 and intimidation on a troop. That's going to be one hell of a troop to deal with. And we're already at 3 intimidations for now, but that worked. Crypt Curse Knight. What do we do with this guy? I guess we go with brown. It's a 3/1 for 2, and if it connects, it creates another one into your hand. So if they block, they are likely trading, and you're still getting a card from your hand. That could be it. I also need to save room for Krakazaur. Krakazaur could be a thing. I mean, we're looking at 25 cards right now. We still have about 10, 11 cards to work with for the deck. So it's not that. I think it would be worse than that. Just trying to figure out if we have enough gems to make things work though. Rizzers with this deck are going to be stupid, crazy hard to work. but we'll try to find a way to make this work. Crypt Curse Knight. What do we put in Crypt Curse Knight? We have Brown, we have another Intimidation, we have Speed. I think Brown is going to be the highest impact. Yeah, I think we're going to put Brown in there. Let's just try Brown. Okay, we've got 2 Brown so far. Alright, so Nefarious Corruptor is a major. We don't have Underworld. We don't have Sacrifice. We could White Conjuration or Ramp. I like White Conjuration because when you play Corruptor, you don't want to attack because they'll trade with the troop that you targeted. So you want to stay on defense and look at them ticking with 2 damage every turn. And playing Conjuration provides you with another card to play on the next turn, so that you're better able to stall. It's also a 3 attack troop with 3 for 3, so it could be Intimidation, like our last Intimidation card. It could be the last Intimidation gem as well. Oh, actually, I really love Intimidation in Corruptor because you target something that has less than 3 attack, and they will get 2 damage every turn because of that. And you can still attack with your Nefarious Corruptor, and they cannot block with their 2 attack troop that you targeted. I really love that. Animus of the Sun as a major. I guess we're going with Conjuration. We're not going to go with Ramp, so let's just go with Conjuration. And that's it. I think we're good, right? For Intimidation, 1 Brown and 2 Conjuration. The rest is Vigil, Speed, Sacrifice. I think that works. Looks okay. Seems like a waste of a major. Yeah. Well, let's try to make it happen with two shards. Right now, our threshold requirements are not that intense. The one thing I want to track, though, this is Shinner. This is Necrotic. This is Necrotic. This is Shinner. This is Venom. This is Venom. Mind Rack Sorcerer is... oh, it's a Necrotic. Lackey is Shin Hair. Collected Explorer is Shinner. Yazukan is Shinner. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We're at 9 Shinners, so it would be nice if we can get up to 11, 12-ish to be playing the Lily Pad. Necrotics were at 4, 5, 6 Necrotic. We're missing 4 or 5 to be able to play the Sepulchra Shard, the Crypt Dust, to help with the threshold. If we get up to the Crypt Dust, we could be looking at a 3rd shard. Why no Altar of Nozen? Because it doesn't do much itself. And I'm assuming that the meta will be aggressive enough that you don't want to take your turn 2 off. Because right now we've got a decent amount of 2-drops, right? Let's just, if we sort by cost, we've got like 4 MC, 4, 5, 6, 7. We've got 7 2-drops. We've got 5, 6, 10, 11, 12 3-drops. So we really want to play 2-drop, 3-drops with this list. And then we've got some 4-drops. We don't have a ton. We might want to increase the amount of Pavias cans though. But that works. Okay, so the curve seems okay. Recluse is the worst cards of the lot, and Animus as well, but we'll see. We're playing 13 sucketed cards, and right now we're playing 13 plus 3, 16 underworld cards. So I think what's next is to add removal slash. We don't need that much draw because we always know, like, with the amount of big, very powerful, efficiently costed threats that we have, we know that we will always be playing a threat on turn 2 or on turn 3 that is a must answer for our opponent. So that's what we're doing right now. So do we want to increase the number of 2-drops to smooth out the curve and you know, make things happen with MC, or we really want a blood threshold and a white threshold every single game in the first 2 turns? So we either need to go with the Necrotic or the Shiners. We're already very close to the Shiner part, like we're 6, 7, 8 Shiners, so we might want to increase the count of Pavias can. I could see running 2 or 3 of these. They also act as removal, so the increase, and we're playing Shoku, right? So by turn 4, we can most definitely have a 2 enough targets for the well, it's crunch 3, so we might just want to, let's say 3 for now. Let's say 3 for now. We're at 27 troops, and we're at 4, 8, 9, 10 Shiners. Do we want more explorers? What kind of Shiners do we want? Let's see. Racers, Shiner. Lackey with Dreadlings is not that bad, really. I can see us playing a Lackey right there. Shiner, we have a Rotpa gang. We're generating Dreadlings, so I think that we could include a Rotpa gang as a nice curve topper there. A recurring threat. And it also has Life Drain. Zemtat Anger seems like a good card, but let's say we had a Rotpa gang and a Lackey or Dread Botanist. Rotpa gang. This is a 6 cost. Blood. It's Underworld. So now we have room to work with regarding the Underworld troops. And this is a Shiner. Alright. So we could remove 1 Underworld troop for any sucketed card and we should be okay. So I think I'm just going to remove the Recluse here, and we're going to put any sucketed card we want instead. The big question is what kind of sucketed card we want instead. Why is Ruby selected here? Okay. What kind of sucketed card we want instead of Recluse? We could go with the Pesky Pipit. I don't hate that. You know, very late, like late grindy games, this can be winning games, and as a 3 for 3 is not too bad. Yeah, that's just Pesky Pipit is a minor. Did I just delete the line here? Near Spell Square. I just transform it into a Rod Pagging. So we would run Pesky Pipit as a 3 cost Wild. This is not any affiliation. This is a troop. This is a troop. This is troop. Troop. Oh, that it's there. Okay, so Pesky Pipit is here. And okay, so that works. Where do we go? Okay, I think we're getting there. This is not a Chenier though, and this is a minor. And we use intimidation. We've got brown. I think 4-3 brown feels like a better deal. Or just vigil. We can't. Let's just intimidation or brown. I'll go with brown. 4-3. That has some upside some amount of the time. Rotpa is also necrotic, that's true. 1, 2, 3. How many necrotics do we have? 1, 2, 6, 7. That's not that great. So 1, 2, 6, 9, 10, 11 Cheniers. I think we're good. Would like to see one more, but I think that's okay for Lilypad. 11. We're at 28 cards. We've got about 8 cards open at this point. The curve looks great. Sounds like a decent mid-range deck. We have access to the well. We have access to the Lilypad, so there's a ton of shard fixing. Threshold fixing that we can get. It seems that we have enough things to work with here. Hey, thanks for the follow, appreciate it. Welcome to the team. So, Rod Pagging as a win con late game, and now we have about 8 cards to work with. We've got our troops figured out. The main course is a bunch of one-offs with 4 MC, 4 Runier, 4 Crusader, and 3 Pavyazukan. So Pavyazukan is removal. What do we play next? We don't have a lot of ramping, so it feels like we just want to play things that deal with the board or protect our troop. We don't have a lot of things that protect our troop in Wild and Blood, so it's likely going to be removal. I'm guessing that we want some amount of Hero Falls in there. Hero Fall, maybe some what's the name of the new card? Some amount of Strangle. Like maybe we put a removal package like Strangle and a few Hero Falls, a few Strangle. I wouldn't be against playing a few Crocosaurs because they're still extremely good. And we will be able to meet the threshold requirement on 5. It's just one of the best troops and in access removal as well. So between Hero Falls and Strangle, like maybe we put 3 Hero Fall, 2 Strangle, and like a few Crocosaur, 2, 3, 3 Crocosaur with 36. We could go higher with the removal. We could add like it seems that we have enough card advantage in the deck that we don't need card draw. So I'm guessing we go with more removal for the few remaining slots. And keep in mind, we could get more, as why he's saying, we could get, you know, a few more underworld secondary troops that are, you know, bombs that we want to be playing. So there's that. I think that we're just going to wrap up this, like 3 Crocosaurs, and well, we're already at 36 with 24 shards. I think we would be good. So the shard would be lily pad. We get well of what's the name of this well? I'm not quite sure. There's lily pad and there's the well of Atred. No, Atred is ruby. Ancients, yeah. Well of Ancients. So that's 4 and 4. And then blood shards and then wide shards. Let's say, I don't know, like 8 and 8. We're sitting at 60. 3 wild when you have 8 dual shards is not that hard to get on turn 5 with a deck like that. We're playing 1 explorer as well, that helps. We have a decent amount of threats. You know, all our cards are just 1 threshold, so Crocosaur, I feel it's perfectly fine in this list. Like, 3 white threshold on turn 5 is perfectly fine. We need 2 blood threshold for the removal, but so you always want to go 1 white, 2 blood, and then 2 wild. But that works. Flooded twice. Need more badgers. What do you think, guys? If we manage to have a deck that has both MC and Underworld Crusader in it and Hierophant, I mean, look at the draws. Like, say, we already know that turn 3 Hierophant and turn 3 Crusaders are must answers, and if you don't answers, you're going to be in a very bad spot. Turn 2 MC as a 5/5 is just insane. We've got Shoku as a champion right now. It doesn't have a lot of health. However, generating Dreadlings work with Runier well. It works with MC well. It works with our 3-Paw Vyazukan pretty well. It works with Rotpagang. It works... are there other synergies there? It works with Aspect of the Squirrel as well as a one-off. It works with Pesky Pipet. So we're getting a ton of value out of the Dreadlings. Actually, I'm thinking that we might want to switch one of the one-offs for the Underworld for a Acolyte of Shoku, which we don't have. We might change the Mind Rack Sorcerer for an Acolyte of Shoku to be able to get more Dreadlings, because we do have a ton of interaction with Dreadlings. And on turn 5 playing a 5/5 MC, like turn 4, if you have an Acolyte of Shoku in play, you can generate a Dreadling and then play MC as a 5/5. This is a cute line. And it does give you some amount of acceleration. Crusader is our card draw, MC is card draw. Hierophant is a lot of pressure with early Underworld troops. Crypt Curse Knight is not that great, but it's a second card, so we can't switch it. But yeah, I think this should be an Acolyte. Acolyte of Shoku. And this is 2 cost now, 1 wild. It's still on the world. It's a Chinair, so we're getting better mileage out of our Chinairs, and then we're lowering the curve. Hero Falls and Strangles. Oh, that doesn't work. This would be 3, 2, 5. Action, troop, and we're getting 3, 3. Okay, so that works. If we put this in here, like resource. Do we have something that works here? Am I crazy? So we get, this is the Yazukan, this is the Yazukan special right there. So we're playing Pav Yazukan, and Acolyte of Yazukan, and Naive Lackey. Well, there's a Yazukan team here, but for the most part this is a Shoku deck, which is related to Yazukan as well. So this is a Yazukan deck, like with MC and Underworld Crusaders. Am I crazy? Does this look good to you guys? This seems like perfect. Crocozor is... and these are fine. We don't have a lot of actions. We've got 5 removal with 3 Crocozors and 3 Pav Yazukan. So what's happening is that we put an early threat or 2, and then we play troops that are removal, or we play removal, and then we just pressure them, and they have to deal with our threats. But we've got enough removal in there that we should be able to follow up our threats removal in some form, in one form or another. And if MC get to attack and ready once, we're drawing a card. If Crusader dies, we're drawing a card. Crocozor is card advantage. Pav Yazukan is card advantage. Grand's Gift is card advantage. Nefarious Corruptor, not really. Aspect of the Squirrel is might be card advantage. We've got some nice ways to win the game, like alternate win condition with Yazukan, Darkheart, Grand's Gift, Pesky Pipit. Can all win games on their own. We've got a lot of cards that win games on their own. Rezzers are going to be a nightmare. That is an understatement. But the main configuration seems super strong, right? We already know that playing Underworld Crusaders and Ruining Hierophants with some amount of removal and just good, you know, card engines, card advantage is pretty decent, and it's already a top tier strategy, right? 3 Crocozors. Crocozors are great. We're losing, keep in mind, we're losing Extinction as well. So these kinds of deck, if we don't get another, you know, mash removal that is as efficient as Extinction, these kind of decks becomes better. What else do we do with that? I mean, I love the fact that there's tons of one-offs. What I'd really like to do with tons of one-offs is being able to tutor them, or maybe we play, I don't know, is this a deck where you want to be playing Spring Renewal? Wild's Favor? Like 4 Dreadlings, or gain 4 health, or create 2 Valor? This deck, Shoku doesn't start with a lot of health, so we need to be keen on that. How much Shoku has? Like 20, 21? Shoku, where are you? Wild. Shoku, oh. Shoku is 19 health. It's going to be a nightmare against the Angus deck. So how do we deal with Angus with a configuration like that? Well, MC as a 5/5 on turn 2 is going to be a very big deal against Angus, so that works well. Crusaders on turn 3 are usually pretty decent against Angus as blockers. We still have a low amount of health though. We need ways to gain health. The moon action at games 4 could be it. We could bring up the kind of we could bring more troops that gain health. Like if we manage to play Rat Pack Gang and gave it life gain, that's going to be a thing for sure. Yazukan has life drain as well. Crusaders, Aspect of the Squirrel, Acolyte, Explorer, Exarch is good. Knight not so much. MC is still going to be great. Like MC and Crusaders are decent against Angus for the most part. Crocosaur not so much. So we want to change, like switch the Crocosaurs versus Angus. The rest are really hard to switch. Like the Crocosaurs and the Aerofall and the Strangle for life gain. Is that what we're doing against Angus? Nah, reserves are going to be a nightmare, but I think the, you know, at first glance playing MC and Underworld Crusader in the main in the same deck seemed like a tall order, but right now I think we ended up with a configuration that's at least decent at trying that. The big problem we're having is trying to do reserves, because we're not going to be able to change that many cards. How many Underworld cards that we have? So we've got how many Underworld cards? We've got 11 Underworld cards, so we can side out one Underworld card and some amount of Aerofall and Strangle and Crocosaurs 4 cards. So we do have space to work with. Like we could legitimately be switching out 5-6 cards from the deck. Lorenzo is going to make Angus more powerful 100% chance. That's not even close. Alongside many other decks. That's just what is going to happen. That's a given. The fact that it has speed on top of doubling the champion power makes it a very, very, very good threat in Angus. If we have the tools in standard to have a very fast Angus, they will be in the reserves for games that tend to go longer. But I'm pretty sure we'll see 2 or 3 in the main deck, like 2 in the main deck or something like that. And the times where you draw it, it's going to hit like a ton, right? You're going to attack with a 4 attack speed troop and doing 8 damage to their face on the same turn, plus whatever you had going. The fact that it curves out with like Matriarch into Mama Yeti into Worm Singer is just insane curve. You don't even need actions that deal damage to their face. You're just going to straight up ram them in. Like in Immortal, you will be able to turn 1 Baby Yeti or turn 1 Bolt Spasm, turn 2 Anarchist, turn 3 Matriarch, turn 4 Mama Yeti, turn 5 Worm Singer. That is a lot of pressure. That is a metric ton of pressure on your opponent, and the rest would be all burns and fireballs and all the nice, you know, damage target spells. Bolt Spasm and everything. The Angus is going to get scarier. And I'm not sure that playing Shoku the Botanist with this configuration will make it better against Angus. But the fact that we can start with a 5/5 on the second turn in play is going to help a ton that matchup, because Angus doesn't start with a lot of health, and on there, if you're on the play and you play a 5/5 troop on turn 2, what are they going to do? They're likely not going to be able to kill it. They can play a charm blocker. On the next turn, you play a Crusader or a Hierophant with speed that attacks for 3/3, and on your third turn you attack for 8. That's going to be a very, very scary clock there. The lines here are pretty strong, and you're creating Dreadlings in the meantime as well. So Ruby's favor is going to be a 4-of main deck in Angus decks. That's my prediction, and one of the reasons will be this card here, MC, that is being spoiled up there here. So the fact that the Angus deck will be able to deal with MC at post reserves at 1 cost is very scary. But if they don't have it, then they'll be in big trouble. But yeah, Ruby's favor is going to be main deck for Rav in Angus deck. I'm not even scared about this statement. Animus of Nozan still doesn't feel that great. And there's a lot of one-off that don't do much in the matchup. But if we find good ways to gain some health and mitigate the direct damage from Angus, this could be a decent configuration. Because against other mid-range deck, I think we've got a pretty decent shot. Against control deck, they will be running out of removal. And we're going to just put threats after threats after threats. They're going to have a hard time keeping pace with a 5/5 on turn 2, followed by a Crusader or a Speed Rooney or Hierophant on turn 3. And a lot of random threats that attacks on different angles. So Shoku is a big interrogation point here. But if we can use the reserves with such a list to make it so that we're close to even with Angus, sorry, not Shoku, with Angus, I think we got a winner here. Like that card is so powerful on turn 2. On any turn, like you get a 5/5 for 2 with a sacrifice gem on this one. That's insanely good. And we can trim a Krokazor, we can trim an Underworld Troop to get access to like 2 more actions for removals, or maybe card draw. We could even play a set of Balthazar. Balthazar was set 2 or set 3? Balthazar is... Which one is Balthazar? Armies of Myth. So it's still in the... yeah, it's set 3. So we've got a lot of big troops that are very low, that have low cost. So we could just remove maybe a Krokazor and remove an Underworld troop for 2 Balthazar, like to just get more card advantage, like get things running. That could be a thing as well. You know what? We could even run Xentat's Malice in this list as a one-off, because we're running Shoku. I know that's the only source of dreading, it's not that great, but Malice being able to sacrifice, you know, once every 2 turns, draw a card and gain 2 health is not that bad. Not that bad at all. I think, yeah, this has so much potential. Like MC in this kind of shell is great. The next question is, can we go MC and Ardent Crusader instead, and work our way with humans and have the Tri-Shard with human and go with Sapphire, Ruby, and Diamond. we're losing the power level of Hierophant though. And we're losing some efficient removal, so I'm really not sure. Crocosaur is a very big deal as well. I like having access to white better in this kind of configuration, but yeah, that would be it for this. This will be one of the first thing I build when we get the new set, and we'll try to get things going. I'm also preparing a big stream for when release comes in. I'm not sure what we'll be doing yet, but it's likely going to be 12-hour-ish of stream. And there's a big chance that we'll be opening a ton of packs and going into Constructed right away with a list like that. Because regarding new cards, besides needing a set of MC and maybe, you know, a Strangle, a few Strangle, Rotpa Gang, we don't need that many new cards for this list to be online. So one Crypt Curse Knight. We'll see what's the rest of the set, but I'm thinking some kind of list along these lines for the new set would be cool. Like, I really want to test MC early when the set releases. So if you ever draw both the one of Darkheart and the one of Malice, you can play around that case. Yeah, I think that this works. I'm really digging the turn 2 5/5 plays. Turn 2 5/5 on turn 2 is going to win games on its own, like most of the games. People will need to run Ruby's Favor and Blood to be able to answer that, but there's a decent amount of removal. But if they don't have a removal and you play a 5/5 on turn 2, they're going to be on the back foot for a while. Alright guys, that will be it for today. Thank you so much for joining. Let me just check if we have someone that would like to host before I leave. I always forget that, but at least this week I remembered it. So, Lornail playing the 5 shards weekly sounds like a good plan. Alright, Lornail it is. So thank you guys so much for watching. Again, see you guys next week. Hopefully we'll get some nice news in between. I'll try to see if I can weave in more extra stream during this week to continue on the spoiler review cards. And I'm really digging this list here. Maybe we try to make this a work in progress for the stream, and once the set comes out, we get into the MC action and see what happens. That would be cool. Alright guys, take care, have a nice day. You can remember you can find me on YouTube and Twitter with the same name everywhere in game as well. So have a great Sunday and see you next week or with any bonus streams in between.